video conferences. So as I was stating, if we all remember our basic psychology 101 from college, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and if you look at the base needs, food, shelter, clothing, safety, security, were there at the base, and shelter is right there prominently, because if you can't provide housing, it just creates an incredible amount of stress on everything else. You're not able to think about the I think that's why this is such a critical topic. And as I was saying earlier, the mayor really has been a champion on meeting that basic human right of someone having a roof over their head, someone having a place where they can feel safe. And we're proud of the work that the mayor's done in the Sacramento region. And certainly when we think about the work we've done in Congress through the pandemic, understanding the tremendous pressure that individuals, families, children were under, getting rental housing assistance money out there. And while some communities aren't doing great, my understanding is Sacramento has really been working hard to get those resources to the folks that need it, and that we did use up most of our first round of funding, which has opened up a second round of funding. So kudos to all the folks that are working on this in the Sacramento region to help keep people in their homes and the like. I know the mayor, like the governor, has also been working on how we can create more affordable housing stock. And the mayor and I were just chatting. There are some provisions that have been discussed in the reconciliation bill and the infrastructure bill. We don't know what the final bills will look like, but I'm always an optimist. We will get this done, and we're working hard to the finish line. But shame on us if we don't take this opportunity to go as big as we can to provide as many resources, not just to deal with today's challenge and those base needs, but also to make investments in the next generation in early childhood education, in making the child tax credits as permanent as possible, to making sure people have access to basic health care. And that all fits into housing, because none of those other things are going to be as effective if you can't give folks a safe place to live and a safe place to shelter. So thank you for all the work that you do. I know since we got started a little bit late, I'm going to keep my comments short. And again, thank you for this convening, and let's go provide those base needs. Be well, be safe. And I guess I'll turn it over to Mayor Steinberg.
Yeah, I think we're still, thank you so much, Congressman. I think we're still waiting for Kendra to get on. So I think we just plug ahead, but so appreciate your willingness to speak with us and your leadership and support on all the good work we're doing. Oh, and there's Kendra, so I will turn it over to her.
Thank you. Sorry, I just kept getting kicked out for some reason. I did get to hear you, Congressman Bera. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your hard work for our region, and just thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome. Thanks, Kendra. Be well, everyone. Be safe.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Tommy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Steinberg, you've been busy.
Kendra, it's wonderful to be with you and Kathy, and thank you for providing this forum. We all have grace around technology because we've just all experienced it, and we just be patient with one another. And we get to be together virtually, and soon we'll get to be together in person, which will be even better. I just want to say thank you and congratulate Faye Kennedy and Dr. Jesus Hernandez and Supervisor Don Natoli, and thank Congressman Bera as well, because we should never take for granted the MANA, or in the form of the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, those federal dollars that have come to Sacramento that have so assisted us in putting together our various housing strategies in the city, and that's a big deal. And of course, what occurs this week in Washington will have an enormous impact, hopefully positive impact, when they get it together on our community, including around our housing issue. I'm a glass half full I'm a glass 5/8 full guy. And when it comes to housing, the glass is more than half full here. Think about what you've accomplished, what's happening in our city and in our state. You have, first of all, a governor who has made housing the cornerstone of his governorship. I mean,
Right.
billions of dollars. Look what he signed yesterday. The end of single family zoning, SB 10, a new housing accountability structure here to hold cities that are being recalcitrant to actually follow through and build housing. There's more on the homeless front, of course, billions of dollars through HAP 3 and through $3.5 billion for Project Homekey, which we're going to take great advantage of. Housing is no longer subordinate to transportation, and I love transportation. But when it comes to infrastructure, I'm telling you, during my era in the legislature, everything was an uphill struggle to have housing be seen as compelling and comparable infrastructure to transportation. That's just the way it was. And that's no longer the case. It's because of the housing crisis, of course, but it's a recognition, as Congressman Bera said a moment ago, that housing is an essential need. I know it is an economic commodity, which I want to end my comments to speak about in a moment, but it is a basic human need. And of course, here in the city, we are far from perfect.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
well,
Keep going.
let me start from the beginning. Good morning, everybody. It's $1 million, 2017, and a comprehensive siting plan. State We'll keep
Yeah,
going.
just keep going.
We'll keep going. I just am stubbornly insistent that we can get thousands of people off the streets and that we're not going to give up, and neither are my colleagues, and neither is the community. It's hard because it takes so damn long to do everything.
Right.
But we are giving in and not giving up, and I am more hopeful than I have ever been before. And of course, it's not just homelessness. We are committed to building up a housing trust fund. We started with $31 million in our mid-year. I know the argument in the housing world, shelter versus housing, and you know my response, and I know what your response too. It's not either or, it's both. We need sufficient transitional housing and emergency shelter to help those people who aren't ready for permanent housing, but we also need permanent housing. Of course we do. And our housing trust fund, which we've only begun, because I still want to get back before the end of my tenure to an affordable housing bond. I think that is going to be crucial so that we have an ongoing source of funding for permanent housing, including housing innovation. Because you've heard me a zillion times on this. I believe that quality manufactured housing has to be a big part of our permanent housing future, only because of cost and because of time. It's not the only thing, but it has to scale so that we're addressing volume. So there's a lot to celebrate and a lot to be happy about. And the glass is 5/8 full. But it's still 3/8 empty. And why is that? Because even with all of the tremendous efforts going on in our state and locally, I worry that we're not going to keep up. That the systems still don't respond aggressively enough to the demand and the need. And maybe I would put it another way. There are still too many obstacles, whether it be regulation, excessive local control, cost, too many obstacles that are more powerful than the imperative to produce and to build. And that's why I believe, and I'm going to tilt at my windmill until somebody listens to me here, and they will, that ultimately housing must be not just a moral right, it must be a legal right. It must be a legal right, because a legal right to housing will be that counterforce to all the obstacles that say those obstacles cannot win out. If there's a right, it will compel us to address those obstacles, for our systems to work in a very different way because they know they have to do it. Just like our renewable energy mandate has changed market behavior and systems behavior to move us towards higher percentages of renewable energy. Just like mandatory public education, we now take it for granted as a given that we build and provide public schools and public education to our kids. It's the same thing with housing. It may not be till 2020 something when I'm long off the radar here, but I'm telling you, we need a legal right to housing in this state, in this city, and in this society. And we're not going to wait, because I'm bringing forward an ordinance in the next number of weeks, I hope, consistent with my State of the City address, where we're going to seek to pilot this. And let's go, and let's be leaders as we always are. Thank you for having me. Congratulations to all the winners. Our work is never done, but I do believe we should take some satisfaction in seeing how housing and affordable housing has risen in terms of the priority list at our state, our national, and certainly our local level. That's a good thing, and let's keep going. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
For your grace and this morning, and really being a leader in the city and in this region around housing, affordable housing, and what we need to do to get the work done. Thank you for your leadership and your support and working with our organization for the mission and the work that we do. So
always will. Appreciate you guys very much.
Thanks. Kathy, can you stay up? Keep Kathy up. Okay, thank you. All right. There's a term called recalibrate when you have technical issues. I feel like that's what I needed to do. Apologies for some of the technical issues. We unfortunately think we're prepared until we're not. So again, I want to welcome everybody for joining us. Thank you for taking your time out to our 7th annual summit. We did kick off our morning with our leaders in this work that we're doing. And I just want to acknowledge Kathy. I'm putting her on the spot. She technically was not in this space, but I really appreciate you jumping in when we needed you. And so I want to thank you for that. And now we're going to get started formally with our summit. I want to start off by saying thank you to our sponsors. Union Bank is our day sponsor for today, and US Bank is our award sponsor for this week. And Eden Housing is our social justice sponsor, which is really an area that SHA is moving in ways that even we didn't know we were capable of. And so now I want to start off our morning with awards. We did not do, traditionally, these awards have been part of SHA Summit last year because we were just so new in doing this virtual thing that we're doing. We did not incorporate them, but we brought them back this year. And so what this is SHA has been recognizing innovation and excellence in affordable housing development and advocacy for more than 20 years. Our organization has been doing our work over 30 years. We believe it's important to highlight innovations in affordable housing development and lift up voices of community members and organizations that have successfully advocated for effective and equitable affordable housing policies and programs. Putting a spotlight on affordable housing successes and leadership show that working in partnership and collaboration, we can make the difference in our communities. That we can strengthen the families and communities by increasing affordable homes. We can build coalitions, and that building permanent supportive housing is the real solution to ending homelessness. While we were not able to do the awards last year, we are so proud of those that we are acknowledging in their fields this year. So without further ado, I would like to offer our very first award for the champion of Homeless Justice Champion of the Year, Faye Kennedy and the Poor People's Campaign. Faye is, I call her a friend, someone who I just look up to for the countless hours, days, minutes, and seconds she's in the streets. She and the Poor People's Campaign is a tremendous organization in our community, and we want to say thank you for what you do to help those who are in the most need in our community. And Faye, we want to thank you again for coming and joining us this morning. I know you're always very busy. I personally know how you feel about awards, so it is truly an honor that you joined us this morning.
Thank you very much.
You can go ahead and say your.
Okay, so can everyone hear me okay? Thank you. So first of all, on behalf of this California Poor People's Campaign, and Sacramento is part of the California Poor People's Campaign, and the more than 11,000 unhoused folks in Sacramento, I graciously accept this beautiful award on the folks who I organized with here in Sacramento Poor People's Campaign Posse. We're out in the community organizing with our unhoused brothers and sisters, as well as other groups in Sacramento. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing from my other folks who are receiving awards today, many of which I know. So thank you very much.
You, Faye. I appreciate your time. Our next awardee and our next award is the Racial and Social Justice Champion of the Year. And it is going to be awarded to urban sociologist, Dr. Jesus Hernandez. And I want to say that this award could go to no better champion. If you've ever been in Dr. Hernandez's space, you get schooled. And that's what his passion is about the work. It has just been a phenomenal experience for me personally in this space to work with him, to get to know him, to get to know his work. And we are really honored for the voice that you're giving to racial and social justice around housing, the research that you're doing. Your work highlights the importance of equitable urban and environmental planning, housing finance, public policy, and building effective neighborhood-based economic strategies. We can't do this without you, and we are grateful for the support that you give to our organization, the knowledge you give, the time you give, and it is my honor and it is our honor to award this to you today. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for joining us. Take it away.
Wow. Thank you for all of that. I don't know if it's well-deserved, but there is a lot of people who are really putting a lot of their life into things like housing and things like helping the poor and folks like Faye. And every one of them is much more deserving of something like this award than I can ever be. I'm just uncomfortable receiving awards when others are doing so many great things. And I appreciate the acknowledgement. And we got way much more work to do, and we'll talk about it right about noontime. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kathy? You're muted.
Okay, yep, got it.
Right.
And now it is my deep honor and privilege to recognize Supervisor Don Natoli upon the, while it's somewhat sad, also happy occasion for him of his retirement. And we couldn't let the summit go by without acknowledging the supervisor for his partnership for more than 25 years with the Sacramento Housing Alliance. Supervisor has been a supervisor in Sacramento's 5th district since 1994, I believe, and has represented his district as well as the people of Sacramento as a whole in an effective, compassionate, and equitable manner. He serves on so many different commissions, so his reach has been broad. But we couldn't let it go by without acknowledging what an amazing partner and ally you have been, and a trusted partner on affordable housing. Too often, and people in this room know, very frequently elected officials are shy about supporting affordable housing. It's a risky endeavor for them because there are still opposition. And yet we were always able to count on you. In quarter, Sacramento, ultimately, we were one of the first in extremely low income households. We could always count on you for support, to listen, even when we didn't always agree. You were a trusted partner. And I even remember when I was working with the state and met with you and some of the county planning staff, and those conversations from the state weren't usually very comfortable, and yet you were very open and willing to listen and learn. And so we are going to so miss your leadership on the Board of Supervisor. The county has benefited and housing has benefited from your long leadership, and we are so grateful. There are not a lot of people who you can say really exemplify the best in public service, and Supervisor Don Natoli, that is you. You have served with distinction and honor, and with a real commitment to the people, not sort of the next step in a political campaign. And so we want to acknowledge our gratitude and let you know, we know the county is a better place because of your service. So thank you so much. And you'll be getting some recognition later. We don't have something for you to hold, but it is coming.
Kathy and Kendra, and certainly to all of you, first, I want to just say to Faye and to Dr. Hernandez, congratulations. I know that both of you have long been certainly in the trenches and continue to put the energy and effort forward working with the Housing Alliance. And I think, together, obviously make this community stronger and better. And I would just say, Kathy, thank you for the very kind and humbling words. I am in my, kind of rounding the final turn here. I've got one more year in the saddle, so to speak, and it's going to be the home stretch. Use a lot of different analogies, but I will just say that during my career, professional career, and when I concluded my final term on the Board of Supervisors, I will have 44 years with the county. I had the good fortune, as some of you will recall, working with my predecessor, former Supervisor Toby Johnson, and got introduced to the county starting in 1979. And obviously it's been a great opportunity to come to know people, to work with people. And as Kathy, as you said, there were times, certainly early in my career, when we had some neighborhood battles around affordable housing. But I can say your current board and past members, I learned a lot. And that's one of the premises that I think that elected officials at all levels, but I'll speak for myself here on that. If you keep your mind open, and certainly, you can take your position and, have the things that guide you, but be open to new ideas, to approaches, and, coming out of the discussions, and I won't go along here, but just the discussions we had during my first terms in office, and the work around Mather Community Campus, which many of the Alliance members were so key in, and working with the community there in Rancho Cordova to establish, again, a very model program that won awards nationally for its transitional approach and helping folks to get the underpinnings they needed to go out and to be self-supporting, but help them overcome some of the challenges that plague folks to this very moment. And the affordable housing ordinance, again, it was one of those where I think we not only had a model, but we had innovation, we had the elements built in, and I think in the suburban environment, it had an approach that would have allowed us to garner the land, to get the housing built commensurate with the building of new communities and schools and parks and all the things, but had the affordable component. And unfortunately, the recession hit, had the redevelopment went away, and so we reverted back to a more traditional approach. But again, that we haven't lost momentum because of that. And I want to thank the Alliance, certainly Kathy, your friendship, and certainly I think advice over the years. But many of the folks, I look at your board, and certainly Faye and Dr. Hernandez, who weighed in many times at the board and do work that's really important. So I guess I would just sum up it. This is, again, very humbling, and it's kind of hard to believe when you first start out in your career, and that you don't think about it, and then now retirement looms, and it's a decision based largely in personal circumstances, just as certainly our family's age and place and so forth. And so there are some things that will draw on my time in ever greater amount, and so I come to that conclusion. But I will miss the opportunity to work with the Alliance, your membership, and all the issues that keep us energized and working furiously to address not only housing, but the human needs in our community. And it's been a tremendous honor, pleasure, and privilege to have served as a representative on the Board of Supervisors, but to have worked with people like yourselves. I can call many of you friends, and others that I've worked with more recently. And I commend you to your work. It's ongoing, and I'm not going to go away. I'm certainly, Sacramento County is my home. I'm born and raised in Galt, as many of you know, and I look forward to the opportunity in the years ahead to engage in a different fashion. But thank you so much for the honor. It is truly an honor. Just the words themselves, I don't need any award or plaque. It's just, again, and to be amongst the company of Faye Kennedy and Dr. Hernandez this year, but others as you've recognized. I wish you well on your 7th annual summit, and I don't want to dominate the conversation here, but thank you so much for the kind words and for your good work, and carry on. The work is never over and never done. So thank you so much.
Very welcome. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. We appreciate all that you've done for our region and for District 5.
Yep. We still got a year to go, so there's some more work to do. So.
Of course, there's a lot of work.
We'll count on you, Supervisor.
I know you will. Thanks again. Thanks, Kendra. Okay. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you all for taking your time to accept these awards. They mean a lot to us, as do all the work that you're doing. So we appreciate you. We look forward to doing more work with you. And we hope that just this little bit of honor helps to acknowledge how important you are to us and to this community. Thank you. So we will segue now. We are getting ready to get started with our keynote speaker, and looks like technology right now is working. So I'll continue. Thank you. We're very excited to follow up this year's keynote speakers. From last year, we had Richard Rothstein, who really brought home so much of the history of what we are talking about and what we're dealing with in a community in our nation, as well as in our area. I want to bring up Jose. Oh, there you are. Okay, I know I can see you. And Stephen. And Jose is going to serve as our moderator for this morning. Jose Depot, I hope I said that correctly, Nimba. Hyphens scare me. So I have to study. Is just a great person in our community. I've got to know him as in my position at SHA. He is the Director of Sustainable Communities at SMUD. And that program aims to bring environmental equity and economic vitality to all communities. Jose has over 19 years of environmental sustainability and urban planning and experience, and covering a range of projects and communities. And he has been he's active in our community, serving as the chair of the Urban Land Institute for Sacramento District Council, which is why I thought it was great to have him be the moderator for us today. So Jose, I'll let you say hello and take it away.
Thank you so much, Kendra. It's a great honor. Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to the 7th Annual Regional Affordable Housing Summit. Today's theme is it starts with housing justice, and is the perfect speaker for us to lead off that conversation. And before we go into all of Stephen's accolades and lead to his presentation, I want to talk a little bit about today's format. Again, I'm here as the Director of Sustainable Communities for SMUD, and SMUD is really happy to be a sponsor for today's event. And what we'll do today is Stephen will have a presentation which he will provide lots of really vital and important information for a lot of us to chew on, and we know you'll have lots of questions. So we want you to get your questions in the chat and in the Q&A right away, so that as we can get to the end of that presentation, I can cull those together and distribute some of those questions to Stephen at the end. So again, write your questions so you don't forget them. If you're like me, write them right away in the chat, and we'll make sure we get to as many as we can as possible. So now it's my honor to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Stephen Menendian. He's the Assistant Director of Research at the Othering and Belonging. He's the Assistant Director and Director of Research at the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley, where he supervises many of the Institute's research initiatives, ongoing projects. One project in particular, the Roots of Structural Racism project, is a study revealing the persistence of racial residential segregation and its consequences, and a similar project focused in the San Francisco Bay Area he's led. Okay, he also leads the Inclusiveness Index initiative, an annual assessment of global inclusivity rankings. Stephen's accomplished author of many publications addressing issues including structural racism, inclusive housing, and school equity. He's also the editor for the Othering and Belonging Journal and the co-author of the Institute's amicus brief in the United States Supreme Court case of Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs versus the Inclusive Communities Project, which was cited by the Supreme Court in a landmark decision recognizing disparate impact claims under the Fair Housing Act. Again, you can see Stephen is tremendously accomplished. He regularly trains policymakers, educators, and nonprofits and other institutions about structural racism, targeted universalism, diversity, inclusion, belonging, and affirmative action practices, policies, and compliance. Again, we are tremendously honored to have as our keynote speaker today, Mr. Stephen Menendian. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. After that buildup, I don't know if I can go on stage. Thank you, Jose and Kendra. It's an honor to be here and to have the opportunity to present the keynote for what I believe is the 8th Annual Housing Alliance Conference. One of the invitations said 8th, but if it's 7th, 8th, that's fine. It's an honor nonetheless. And also to follow my dear friend, Richard Rothstein, who I've worked with and co-published with on a number of items. He's a wonderful gentleman. The big test is going to be if my PowerPoint presentation can work. So I can also see all the attendees. It's great to have this number. I think this is a perfect size group. I wish I could, we had time to go around and do brief introductions, but I did get a sense of the work that you do from the wonderful award that was just given out, and from the conversation that was had in the last 20 or so minutes. So Kendra asked me, we had a number of conversations leading up to this. She wanted me to talk about my research, a big research study that we launched in the spring called The Roots of Structural Racism, which Jose mentioned. But she also wanted me to talk about the research we had done in the Bay Area and beyond looking at zoning. So my presentation is going to jump from a few topics, but basically I'm going to share some of my research on zoning, the exclusionary effects of zoning. I'm going to talk a little bit about race, racial inequality, and affordable housing. But before I do that, I want to just pose a very simple question. When you hear the term the housing crisis, what does that mean to you? So reflect on that just a minute. And in fact, I would love for folks, if they could, to just put some words, some definitional words in the chat. What does that mean, the housing crisis or housing crisis? Now, if you had asked that question a decade ago, I think many of us would be talking about the subprime housing crisis and the mortgage crisis of 2008. But what exactly do we mean by the housing crisis today? So take a moment to put answers into the chat while I get my slide deck up and running here. Kendra, Jose, can you, is this visible? If one person could just,
Looks great.
okay. Is it advancing?
It is.
Perfect. So I can't see any responses. Don't be shy on what is meant by the housing crisis. But I want to begin with just a simple provocation. I want to suggest that people are using the term housing crisis to connote versions of a housing crisis that are actually different in important ways, that are distinctive. And I think that what happens is that journalists in particular, hopefully there are no journalists in the audience, but I think journalists are guilty of using terms in imprecise ways to convey or describe aspects of the crisis that are actually very different and have very different implications in terms of solutions. So the bottom problem is that there is not one crisis. There are actually many crises, some of which are interrelated, but often have distinct strands or threads. So one of the most obvious crises is that there's an affordable housing crisis. And specifically what is meant by this is just a lack of affordable housing in California, in the Sacramento area, and in fact, at the country at large. And a byproduct of this is a homelessness crisis. But obviously, homelessness is not simply a byproduct of lack of affordable housing, although that is the major cause. There are underlying contributions to homelessness that are not simply, we could have enough affordable housing and we would still have homelessness. One query or prompt that's sometimes raised is, why was there very little homelessness in the 1950s or 60s? And one obvious answer is, well, we simply had much more affordable housing. That's not the only answer. We also had a system of institutionalizing mental health, people who had, where we would warehouse people, that we deinstitutionalized mental health to a large degree in the 1970s and particularly in the 80s during the Reagan era. And that obviously has some contribution to that. But this is one aspect of the housing crisis, but this isn't the only version. When people talk about the housing crisis, they may also be referring to the production crisis, a simple lack of housing altogether, or they could be talking about the massive increase in the market value of housing. So it could be talking about a production crisis. Another crisis when people are talking about housing is what's called jobs housing balance. And jobs housing balance refers to what social scientists call the spatial mismatch, which is the location of jobs versus the location of housing, right? So if people have to commute long distances because they can't afford housing where their jobs are, their job is, then this is sometimes referred to as the jobs housing balance, but it's different than the jobs housing fit. So there could be plenty of housing where jobs are, but it might not be housing that's tailored to the workers' needs, maybe because of the size of the units or because of the specific affordability of the units. So for example, there might be enough housing for high-end workers in tech centers, but maybe not enough for teachers. or people who have large families. So this is referred to as jobs, housing, fit. Another aspect to it is sprawl in the environment. One of the aspects of the housing crisis, or one version of it, is that more and more housing is being built into exurban areas, into the urban fringe, rural areas where the risk of wildfire damage is much greater, and also where commuting times are greater. And there is now a pattern of what's called the super commute, which is where people have to drive 90 miles or more to reach their job. And social science research suggests that once you hit that 90-minute per direction tipping point, and by the way, this can be simply in a car, or it can be a combination of train and bus, or BART and bus, or switches from different bus stations, whatever the cause is. Once you commute over an hour and a half both ways, 3 hours, all sorts of health impacts begin to accumulate. Hypertension, stress, time with children. The super commute, and the Bay Area in California in particular, is sort of the epicenter of the super commute. I think that the Bay Area and Southern California have 6 of the top 10 super commutes. I think 10% of workers in some places in the Bay actually have super commutes. There's the gentrification and displacement crisis. Often when journalists are talking about the housing crisis, it's this that they're talking about, not, let's say, the production crisis. They're talking about people who are being displaced from their traditional communities and neighborhoods, and the turnover in neighborhoods. But sometimes I want to suggest that they're talking about a fair housing crisis. And one other provocation before I begin sharing my research: I heard a number of references to affordable housing. But what I want to suggest is that fair housing and affordable housing are very distinct, and sometimes they're conflated. I've been a participant in a number of surveys where people will ask me about fair housing. Sometimes it might even be HCD. And when they use the term fair housing, it's clear from the series of questions they're really talking about is some version of affordable housing. But fair housing and affordable housing are not the same thing, despite the fact that they're frequently conflated or even used interchangeably. So what is the difference? Well, I'm going to give you a very simplistic difference and not go into the origins of both. But affordable housing basically refers to 2 types of housing. It refers to subsidized housing. It could be subsidized either on the demand or supply side. So the supply side would be something like LIHTC, the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, or it could be subsidized on the demand side, like Section 8, the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Or it could be referring to filtered housing. Filtered housing is housing that was once market rate, but over time is filtered down to affordability. Whereas fair housing specifically relates to discrimination, segregation, or integration. In other words, affordable housing is an economic concept, whereas fair housing is a social concept. It refers to specific social groups, primarily race, but it could also be familial status, people with disabilities, etc. Now, the origins of fair housing are a little bit obscure. I just want to say a note on it. In the 1950s, this one aspect or plank of the civil rights movement was called the open housing movement. And in a number of cities across the country, there was a push, an organized push, for what was then called open housing ordinances. And these were municipal ordinances that would prohibit discrimination in the provision of housing. So what it meant is that once adopted, these ordinances prohibited homeowners or landlords from discriminating against rental applicants or home buyers on the basis of race in housing. Now, cities debated whether to adopt these ordinances, and a number of cities across the North came very close to adopting them. St. Paul and Minneapolis debated one in the late 1950s. Seattle did the same. But by the early 1960s, a number of cities began actually adopting what were called these open housing ordinances, including Berkeley, and including eventually the state of California with the Rumsford Act. But the pattern was that the early adopters of these fair housing ordinances began facing organized pushback. And in fact, most of these ordinances were attacked through ballot initiatives. So many of you probably know that there was a proposition that was, I can't remember the specific number, that was on the ballot, I believe in 1964. I think it might be Proposition 14, but I could be mistaken, that actually overturned the Rumsfeld Fair Housing Act. And in 1967, the California State Supreme Court actually reversed that ballot initiative, held it unconstitutional, and reinstated the Rumsfeld Fair Housing Act. A similar thing actually happened, this is a forgotten piece of history, actually happened in the city of Berkeley itself. In January of 1963, if I'm not mistaken, the city council adopted a fair housing ordinance, one of these open housing ordinances. And in April, this happened with breathtaking speed. In April, the people of Berkeley got a ballot initiative onto the April election that actually overturned that ordinance. Happened within 4 months. It's hard to imagine that anything happening with that speed today. So the city of Berkeley, again, known as one of the more progressive cities in the country, overturned their representatives' enactment of a fair housing ordinance, of an open housing ordinance. So where does the term fair housing come from? Well, where it comes from is that by the mid-1960s, fair housing, open housing advocates realized that the main argument against these open housing ordinances was that property rights advocates argued that open housing was, quote, forced housing, meaning that it was compelling property owners to dispose of their property in ways other than how they wanted. And so open housing advocates and the open housing movement decided to adopt the term fair housing as a better frame to advocate for non-discriminatory housing ordinances. And the culmination of this, of course, is the 1968 Fair Housing Act, which was adopted only after the murder and assassination of Martin Luther King, and is generally regarded as the last plank in the federal civil rights movement's legislative accomplishments. Okay, that's background, and I thought that was important, especially against the backdrop of this audience, to sort of think about the differences between fair and affordable housing, and really foreground fair housing. Because so often we talk about affordable housing. Just one other note on this. It's my sense from having lived in California since 2012 that this is very different from the work in the East Coast in places like New York City, Newark, DC, and Boston, where fair housing is much more fair housing organizations exist in a much larger density and much stronger nodes than in California. I think affordable housing is generally how housing equity community in California is organized. It's much less organized around fair housing. And so I want to foreground this distinction to emphasize that fair housing and affordable housing are really not the same thing. And this will become more important later down the line. I think I'm way behind in my presentation, so I'm probably going to be skipping slides as I move forward, and I apologize for that. I realize we also got a late start in this presentation. It was supposed to start at 10. So Kendra wanted me to talk about my research on zoning and land use. So let me introduce this research first by sort of defining what I mean by land use and zoning, and this probably would be familiar to most of you. But land use regulations and zoning restrictions are things such as lot size requirements, minimum lot size, density minimums, setbacks, parking, and other requirements. And these are generally municipal regulations that control what can be built and indirectly determine how much developments will cost on the open market. In short, zoning shapes development. But what I want to suggest based upon my research, and I've really taken a deep dive into this in the last decade or so, is that there in the United States and in California in particular, there are basically 3 phases of zoning ordinances. And I'm going to go through these eras in brief succession, beginning with the racial zoning era, which I peg as roughly from 1880 to 1917. So there's a precursor to racial zoning. In 1880, San Francisco, and you'll find that California has pioneered many of these developments and innovations, adopted an ordinance that banned laundries in white neighborhoods. And this was clearly targeted at Chinese neighborhoods, Chinese people, and Chinese businesses. The Supreme Court recognized this in a case called Yik Wo, where it actually struck down this ordinance. And it basically said the Equal Protection Clause prohibits ordinances that not only are explicitly discriminatory, but those that also have a disparate impact. Now, the contemporary Supreme Court has actually not interpreted the Equal Protection Clause that way, but it is an example of a municipal ordinance that was racialized. Now, this isn't a residential zoning ordinance, it was a business zoning ordinance. But generally, historians of zoning, economic historians, peg the Bingham Ordinance of 1890, which was also a San Francisco municipal ordinance, as the country's first racial zoning law, explicitly racial zoning, and explicitly tried to exclude Chinese residents from certain areas of the city. I don't have time to get into it, but San Francisco of the late 19th century had large anti-Chinese movements. There was Gavin Kearney. I still don't understand why his name is on many of the streets. He was a notorious anti-Chinese demagogue. You can Google him and look up, he was responsible for pogroms against Chinese people in San Francisco. I don't have time to get into that. So we'll have to, if you have questions about that, I can talk about that in the Q&A. But his movement was responsible for the city of San Francisco adopting this explicit racial zoning ordinance. This was also struck down by a federal court, but I believe it to be the first racial zoning ordinance in the country. The first comprehensive racial zoning ordinance, meaning a municipal zoning ordinance that divides the city into racial districts and says, this is a white area, this is African-American area, and so on and so forth. I believe is generally regarded as Baltimore, Maryland in 1910. And these ordinances they actually proliferated in short order after the adoption of the first one in Baltimore, but the Supreme Court struck them down in 1917 in a case called Buchanan versus Morley. Now, critically, although this case sounds like it did the right thing, and it did do the right thing, the reasoning that the Supreme Court provided in that case was not that it was invalid on account of the racial motivations, but because it was an unconstitutional restriction on property rights. For the lawyers in the room, this is the Lochner era, where the Supreme Court was particularly suspicious of ordinances that restricted economic activity. So it did the right thing, but for the wrong reasons, which inaugurates the second zoning era, which I call the use. These are my terms that I've developed after my research. I call the use zoning era, which again, I'm going to roughly describe as the 1920s to about 1970. It's important to emphasize that zoning was really promoted by progressive reformers. I count myself as a progressive, but there are certainly things that progressives did in the progressive era that were bad. Now, there are many things that progressives did that were great, such as extending women the right to vote, the progressive income tax, and so on. But there were a lot of things they did that were bad, such as promoting eugenics. And I also think zoning, the way they promoted zoning, although they may have been well-intended, the byproducts have been negative in many respects. So the idea behind use zoning was pretty simple. It's to keep varied uses, specifically these different types of uses, separate. In particular, industrial, agricultural, and residential uses. By the way, as a note to the organizers, I think we started around 10:25, 10:30, so I'll just try and go from 40 minutes from that point. So the idea here is that if you're living in an urban environment that's becoming quickly industrial, and by the way, the motorized car, the automobile is coming into use, streetcars which 19th century are being torn out so people can drive their own cars. Motorized transport means that factories can be built in the heart of urban areas instead of having, and people can then live close to them. And the only remedy for this is nuisance law, which means that you have to basically hire an attorney to sue your neighbor if they're spewing smoke or dropping or spilling toxic chemicals into your land or waterways. And so reformers thought that zoning in particular was a more proactive, prophylactic alternative to nuisance law to prevent noxious and injurious uses. And more importantly, they thought of zoning as a way to kind of scientifically or rationally use land and bring order to our sort of chaotic, bustling metropolises. of the early 20th century. So Los Angeles was really, I think, the first city to adopt so-called used zoning ordinance. Again, California is a pioneer in 1909, and New York City, I think, gets a lot of credit for one of the first comprehensive zoning ordinances in 1916. And in the adoption of these ordinances, there were explicit motivations, such as to keep tenements and garment factories out of certain neighborhoods. By 1922, and this is why I peg this era as beginning in the 1920s, the Hoover administration, their Commerce Department, began actively promoting use zoning. So they issued this 11 or 12-page primer on the benefits of use zoning and tried basically to promote model zoning ordinances. And it was actually an open question in the early 1920s whether zoning would be held constitutional. It was close observers, legal analysts thought that it was a very close question, and they were uncertain whether the Supreme Court would actually uphold zoning ordinances. Remember, it had struck down racial zoning ordinances as a property restriction, and they weren't sure whether this sort of progressive era reform would be upheld. Well, in 1926, in a very narrow decision, the Supreme Court actually did uphold racial zoning, use zoning, in the case called Euclid versus Amber Realty Company. So you'll often hear, maybe you've heard of this, of Euclidean zoning. Well, this does not refer to the ancient Greek mathematician and philosopher. It refers to the city, this suburb of Cincinnati, Euclid, which had drawn a use zoning ordinance. And after the Supreme Court upheld this ordinance in Cincinnati, they proliferated. So that some economic historians say that by 1936, 85% of incorporated municipalities had some sort of zoning ordinance in place. But what I want to suggest that there is a third era, and I call this fiscal zoning. So zoning laws and other land use regulations were ostensibly used as an alternative to nuisance law, as I said. But even early on, they were used to keep out poor people, or what was then called unacceptable classes in the explicit ordinances or legislative history. And this could be accomplished in many ways. But primarily, as I suggested, by keeping out apartments, public housing, or even affordable housing developments. Berkeley actually pioneered this approach of this particular form of zoning by adopting what is generally regarded as the first municipal zoning ordinance that designated a neighborhood as exclusively for single-family homes in 1916. So this is different than just use zoning, right? It doesn't just demarcate zones as residential or industrial or whatever, commercial. It actually demarcates the type of residential zoning. And this approach was widely emulated in the post-war period, but it accelerates and intensifies in the late 1960s. And the reasons for this are quite obvious, because as fair housing ordinances become adopted, it's no longer possible for homeowners or even cities or developers to keep out people on the basis of race or ethnicity or religion. So municipalities begin to try and zone to maintain their exclusivity. So this is my definition of fiscal zoning and how it differs from use zoning. This is just my definition. Fiscal zoning is the application of zoning power to control development, not simply the use of it, in order to do three things. Number one, to maximize property values. Number two, to maximize tax base capacity. And number three, to minimize municipal costs. So how do they do this? Well, by having lower density minimum lot sizes, for example, you can drive up the cost of housing and the price of housing, and thereby limit the income range of home buyers. It also means that you can boost property tax values, which means that you can boost, at least at the initial sale price, the property taxes that can be generated from that property. And also, if you try and price out lower income people or even middle income people, you can minimize municipal costs by excluding people who would put demands on municipal services. For example, people who might need additional public services, might need for example, English language learning, translation costs, people who might need additional educational supplements or investments in public transit, and so on and so forth. So fiscal zoning essentially allows municipalities to select their residents rather than the other way around, to control their tax base. And municipalities, especially in the post-fair housing world, the Fair Housing world, post-Fair Housing Act world, are really in competition for residents, because what they're trying to do is they want, basically there's two ways they raise money, right? They raise it through property taxes and they raise it by taxing economic activity. So what they want is they want affluent residents and they want businesses that they can tax for revenue. But they also want to minimize municipal costs, because people who are moving into cities, they want to actually minimize their tax burden individually. And so if you have a lot of wealthy people or affluent people, if not wealthy, then you can accomplish all three of these objectives simultaneously. And this is really what fiscal zoning is about. Now, one way that cities might defend their fiscal zoning practices is that they began adopting these ordinances as a reaction to the sort of untrammeled development of the 1950s and 60s. And so one specific mechanism for this is what's sometimes called down zoning. And by the early 1970s, cities across the country began adopting down zoning ordinances or rezoning neighborhoods for less density. Berkeley, again, pioneered this in 1973 with its neighborhood preservation ordinance, and then its landmarks preservation ordinance a year later. This cities like Los Angeles and across the country began systematically adopting these ordinances, which contribute to fiscal zoning. Okay, so hopefully that, again, these are heuristics for understanding the use of zoning. But use zoning, let me just underscore this, use zoning is specifically about separating uses, whereas fiscal zoning is about controlling the tax base and property values and municipal costs. And that's very different. Use zoning in its original formulation, as envisioned by progressive reformers, was not really about fiscal manipulation so much as it was just as an alternative to nuisance law. So there's a lot of issues with zoning research. It's very hard to study zoning. And that's why there is a lack of research studying the effects. Let me give you some of the reasons. The first reason is because there is no single comprehensive database or repository of zoning in the United States. It just simply does not exist. One reason for this is because there is no universal standard for zoning classifications or even a base zoning formula. So if you begin pulling municipal zoning ordinances and studying them, you'll find commonalities. R1 is often single family zoning, but there are often many, many differences in idiosyncratic definitions, right? Because cities are developing their own zoning ordinances. They may begin by adopting someone else's, but they'll evolve in their own trajectory. Furthermore, there isn't even a state-based database or index of zoning in the United States to compare zoning codes. It simply does not exist, which means that if you're an academic researcher, if you're an economic researcher, or you're an independent scholar, it's extremely difficult to study zoning. The only way to do it is very time intensive. You have to pull individual zoning ordinances, you have to study the ordinances, you have to download the Planning Commission's zoning maps, and you have to geocode them and study them and try and figure out exactly where the boundaries are, which means you have to have, essentially researchers who do this, they do just case studies instead of comprehensive analysis, which means that at most, researchers will pull, say, 10 cities in a region, municipalities. And most major metropolitan regions in the United States have about 33 or more cities. So it's just a sampling. It's not for a lack of effort. So where does data on zoning come from? Well, it comes from surveys. In the 1970s and 80s, particularly in the 80s and 90s, a number of organizations began surveying municipalities on zoning. And this practice became much improved in the 21st century. So the Brookings Institution in 2003 issued a survey of 1,800 jurisdictions in the 50 largest metros. Now, there may be over 30,000 or more jurisdictions, municipal jurisdictions in the country that have zoning. It could be much larger than that. So this is a very tiny sample. They issued a survey and they asked broad questions. I'm going to show you some of those questions in a moment. In 2006, the Wharton Residential Land Use Regulatory Land Use Index, this was a survey that was issued by the Wharton Business School. It surveyed 2,600 jurisdictions. This is a much larger, this is generally the go-to survey that researchers use for studying zoning. In 2019, the Urban Institute issued another more recent survey. And in 2017 and 2018, the UC Berkeley Turner Center also had a residential land use survey. The problem with these surveys, I have a slide that shows this earlier, is that they ask broad questions and they don't actually look at zoning ordinances themselves. So what they do is they ask planning department personnel questions such as, what percentage of your residential land is zoned for single family only? And they'll have a range, 0 to 20, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, 60 to 80, 80 to 100. So they have a broad, imprecise range, and the planning department personnel are supposed to respond to these ranges. Or they'll have a question like, how long does it take from permit application to development for a housing development to actually be built? 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, 12 to 18 months, and so on and so forth. And research analysis of these survey results shows that there are systematic errors in the survey responses, which means that despite the fact that this is the primary data source that researchers use are these surveys, they are riddled with systematic errors. They're incredibly imprecise and inaccurate. Nonetheless, researchers have to use these survey findings. I don't have time to go through all of this, but Jonathan Rothwell, who was an economist with Gallup, found that California cities, that he was using the Turner survey here, California cities with more restrictive zoning are more racially segregated. They have more white residents and fewer Black and Latino residents. And he also found, using the Turner survey, that citizen opposition to development also predicts the exclusion of Black and Hispanic residents. And there's more data on this, higher rents and so on. Schutz and Murray, who I believe are with the Brookings Institution, also used, I can't remember if it was the Turner survey or one of the other surveys. They found nationally that cities with more restrictive zoning have fewer apartments. And in particular, the state of California produces very little multifamily housing. That's not a surprise to anyone here. Jessica Trunstein, who is an political scientist at UC Merced, if I'm not mistaken, also published an economic study that using the Wharton Land Use Index, and she found that cities were whiter in 1970 have more restricted land use policies in 2006 using the Wharton survey. And she found that cities with even more restricted land use laws were more whiter than their metropolitan areas in 2011, even after controlling for their racial demographics in 1970. One of the interesting parts of her study is that she actually created a database of municipalities that had faced fair housing lawsuits or were forced to liberalize their zoning between 1968 and 2010, and found that those cities had slightly less racial residential segregation than those that didn't, which means that fair housing lawsuits actually work, right? And that white residents tend to be more supportive of restrictive land use policies than non-white residents. But as I suggested, the problems with this research are that the data that those researchers are using is survey-based. And so the Turner Center actually commissioned some researchers to look at the survey responses in their survey, and they found that survey respondents, these are municipal personnel, systematically underestimated approval timelines, public opposition to developments, and the degree of restrictive zoning in their jurisdiction. So for example, they compared the survey responses. So if the city personnel said that only 40% of land was restrictive zoning, they actually did a case study and found that maybe it was 20 or 30 or even 40% larger than that. Also, these surveys have incomplete responses, right? The Brookings Institute survey only got 1,800 responses from thousands of cities, thousands more cities. My dog is yawning, so ignore that. The alternative to surveys is either that we pull municipal ordinances directly and study them, or some clever shortcut workaround. I'm going to just skip through. So what did we do? Well, it took us 3 years. We mapped zoning for 100 Bay Area cities with land use authority. And we're going to expand this work statewide, so we'll get to the Sacramento region soon. But we first of all, we mapped every city in the Bay Area, first cities that were larger than 10,000 people, and then those that were included fewer. And we put them on our website here. We have static maps, and we created an interactive map. And this, so you can have a drop down and look at zoning. And this is basically what we found. So let me give you an example of Concord, which is a suburb in the East Bay. We did this for every municipality in the Bay Area, and we separated zoning, we simplified it into 3 uses. Non-residential zoning, which is either mixed use or commercial or industrial or so forth. Single family residential, and other residential, which means multifamily apartments, condos, and so on. And so what you can see, for example, in Concord is that 85% of single family zoning, 85% of all residential zoning is specifically single family only. And we actually found that to be exactly the case for the entire Bay Area. So the 9-county Bay Area, in every municipality, 85% of all residential land is zoned exclusively for single family only. Now, this doesn't mean that there can't be a lot of multifamily units in these other residential areas, right? Because you could have a large number of units in non-single family residential zoned areas. But what it does mean is that the land that's available for multifamily developments and more affordable, denser housing developments is extremely circumscribed, I think to an excessive degree in the Bay Area. And we expect to find that this is generalizable to California. So what we did is we sorted cities into their percentage of residential land that's exclusively zoned for single family only. And you can see here that we had 3 general categories just for presentation purposes, right? So these suburbs on the right-hand side are suburbs where residential single family zoning is essentially 90% or more of their residential areas, whereas those that are a little bit less restrictive on the left-hand side. And here is the big finding that we found. We found, similarly to Rothwell and Trunstein and others, that there is a profound relationship between race and single family zoning, which is visible in this chart. So as you increase the percentage of single family zoning, you increase the percentage white, and the percentage Hispanic and Black craters towards 0. Basically, municipalities that have a large amount of single family only zoning have generally about 1% Black populations and about 4% Hispanic populations. By the way, the 2020 census update shows that the Bay Area, the 9-county Bay Area, is only 35% white. So that means that this percentage white here is vastly greater than the Bay Area's population. So you can see that zoning has a profound racial effect. We also found that cities with high levels of single family zoning have greater resources and are generally wealthy and expensive. According to almost every statistics we're able to measure, they have higher incomes, higher home values, better performing schools. And using the Opportunity Atlas, we found that children who are raised in these cities have better outcomes as adults. And conversely, we found a troubling pattern of social, economic, and racial exclusion in cities with high levels of single family zoning, which means that zoning, by and large, facilitates the hoarding of opportunity and public and private goods, meaning that fiscal zoning is really what's happening here. And we have data to prove it. We used the divergence score, which is our measure of segregation. As you increase the percentage single family zoning, the divergence score goes from low to moderate to high. And you can see the specific percentages by race. So I have a lot of slides I was going to show on race and economic mobility and segregation, which I promised Kendra I would do. I just don't have time because by my count, I'm already 40 minutes in to the presentation. I was going to share some of the findings from our Roots of Structural Racism study. But let me just, I don't even have time to get into the reasons that segregation persists, but let me just drive home a point I made earlier, which is the difference between fair and affordable housing. I want to suggest that affordable housing policies and fair housing policies have a trade-off, an important trade-off, and that you can accomplish one while actually undermining the other. And American housing policy historically and contemporarily demonstrates this to a very large degree. So for example, let me just be really clear. You can maximize the affordable housing developments, but you will generally be undermining the goal of fair housing and vice versa. And so policymakers have to account for these trade-offs. So let me just give you one example and then I'll stop, because I think I'm talking to a lot of people who are focused on affordable housing. The largest federal subsidy for affordable housing in the country is LIHTC, the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program. And the subsidy is about $8 billion annually. It goes through the Treasury Department rather than HUD, but it's basically the largest program we have for promoting affordable housing in the country. Unfortunately, research tends to show, not uniformly, but it tends to show that this program reinforces racial residential segregation. Now, I want you to just think back to our public housing programs of the 1960s, like Pruitt Ego, and the Cabrini Greens, right? Those high-rise public housing programs were sort of notorious for concentrating race and poverty. That is, that they reinforced racial, residential, and economic segregation. But what I want to show you is that our contemporary affordable housing policies do the exact same thing. So this is a map that we submitted in the amicus brief to the Supreme Court that Jose mentioned in his introduction of me. This is a map of Dallas County in the Dallas metropolitan area. Now, just look at this for a moment. I'm going to close on this note. The underlying census tracts show the percentage non-white in Dallas County. And the circles are LIHTC developments as of 2010. And what this map shows, and what the table I'm going to show you in a moment shows, is the vast majority of LIHTC units in Dallas County were put in heavily non-white neighborhoods. So that in Dallas County itself, you can see on the right-hand side, fewer than 5% of LIHTC units were put in predominantly white neighborhoods. And unfortunately, that pattern tends to be the case in California as well, until recent reforms were undertaken. So I don't have time to show you, but the same thing is true for housing choice vouchers. I have some policies that I think can begin to advance both the goal of affordable housing and fair housing, which are zoning reform, building more affordable housing in high opportunity areas, and more subsidies and supports for affordable housing. But I'm just going to have to stop there. And if you want to read more about our Roots of Structural Racism project or our zoning study, it's on our website. And you can find it if you pull this study. I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to go through all of this line by line, but this is a lot of material and we got a little bit of a late start. So I'm eager to dive into the questions. And thank you so much for your patience. I think I was about right on time there.
Stephen, you were definitely on time, and in my book, having more good information to tell is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And having got a chance to review your PowerPoint, I think there's a lot. I think folks are going to get a lot from reviewing that when we get it out. But I want to go right to the questions and maximize the time that we do have. We have a question from Kathy Creswell. Hi, Kathy. She wants to know, have you looked into the LIHTC program in California? California has explicitly revised the program to incentivize affordable housing in high opportunity areas.
Well, I just talked about that, LIHTC. Yes, I am part of the Fair Housing Task Force that has advised the TCAT committee to reform LIHTC, and I think we're in the 3rd or 4th year of that. So yes, I am intimately familiar with that reform, and I am a huge booster.
Excellent. And I'm going to ask Steve if you could unshare your screen, because I think right now they're seeing me about 3 times, and I know nobody wants to do that.
My bad. There we
No
go.
problem. We have another question from Paul Ainger. Can inclusionary zoning help with the fair housing problem?
Yeah, inclusionary zoning can help. So I've tried to study inclusionary zoning, and I had a couple of years to define in the Bay Area, and then create an index of them. There are some organizations who've done this already. And generally, what I wanted to do was not just create an index of inclusionary zoning, but I wanted to compare them. And what I found is they're basically non-comparable. They're sort of like zoning, because the mechanisms and the specifics are so hard to compare. So for example, if I recall correctly, I think Pittsburgh, which is a suburb in Contra Costa County, had these incredibly granular provisions in its inclusionary zoning ordinance. It says something, for example, some inclusionary zoning ordinances will say, for every new development over a certain number of units, you have to have a percentage of affordable units. But the calibration for where that line is can differ. So for some cities, it might be 8 units. For others, it might be 12 units. For some, it might be 15. And the specific number of affordability might be 12%, it might be 15%, it might be 20%. But what I remember from the Pittsburgh ordinance is that it had a provision for off-site, so in lieu. So for example, if a developer had 2 different sites, and it could off-site their inclusionary mandate to the second location, right? Which means it's really hard to compare. San Francisco has basically revised its inclusionary zoning ordinance several times. I saw a study, I can't remember where the study was from, but it compared its inclusionary zoning ordinance in the 90s, the aughts, and then the 2010s. And every decade, it would tighten its inclusionary zoning ordinance a bit more. So it's really hard to study inclusionary zoning ordinances for the same reason, similar reason it's hard to study zoning, not quite the same, because the ordinances are so idiosyncratic. Also, the number of units that are built are really hard to study, right? It's because development doesn't occur in a linear way, right? It's not like LIHTC, where there's pretty much a consistent number of units that are built every year. Some years, in an economic recession, there's going to be a lot less development in the pipeline than in the boom years. And so it's really hard to measure the effect of inclusionary zoning ordinances. My general sense of inclusionary zoning ordinances is that they're positive, they're effective, but it's really hard to know how effective. And they are pretty marginal, I think. At the difference they make is at the margins, which makes it even harder to sort of create statistical significance in evaluating their effects.
Thank you, Stephen. I have a question here from Georgina Valencia. And her question is, conversations on affordable housing always focus on rental housing. What about for sale housing? It feels to me that there is a push to offer only rental housing as a solution because it's easier to do and there is more subsidies available to developers. What about affordable for sale housing? How do we get more of that?
Well, I don't know that I have an answer to that question. Generally what happens is when I'm talking to, say, isn't it better if people, especially low-income families, can own their own home, because then they acquire equity and wealth, and therefore it can help reduce the racial wealth gap, which is very large in this country. Generally speaking, it depends on the measure, but the racial wealth gap, if one measure, if it's average, it's about $800,000 difference between white and black families. If you're just looking at median instead of average, it's about $120,000 difference, $110,000 difference. And a significant, although not comprehensive reason for that is simply home ownership rates by race. African American home ownership rates in the United States are about 42%. 42% of African Americans own their own home compared to over 70% of white families. Now, if you disaggregate that by generational cohort, there are actually some really interesting dynamics. So, for example, families or persons who were born between 1930. Sorry, let me restate this. Persons born before 1930. That means that you were born before 1930. I guess you call it the greatest generation. Those who were, went to World War II. The homeownership gap is actually only 5 points. So over 60% of African Americans born before 1930 actually own their own home. But if you look at millennials or people basically between, I think it's 30 years of age or 20 years of age to like 40 years of age, the white black home ownership rate is over 33, like 40, almost 40 points. So there's huge generational differences. Anyway, that's an aside. But the question I often get is, shouldn't we be promoting home ownership? And the answer is yes, we should, because that can help reduce the racial wealth gap. And obviously it matters. But if there's simply a policy choice between putting, let's say, families with young children into higher opportunity neighborhoods where there are great schools, safe environments, no lead in the water, no particulate matter like exhaust and fumes from factories or trucks, or putting them into low opportunity environments where there's an opportunity for home ownership, I would prefer the former to the latter, because the research shows, the Opportunity Atlas, that the environment that young children grow up in matter more than the wealth their parents own. Because think about it, but the children aren't necessarily going to directly benefit from that until later on. So a lot of African American families who've owned homes, say in Bayview, Hunters Point, or Berkeley, or West Oakland, or East Oakland, often those homes aren't even inherited by their children or grandchildren, because if you have 5 or 6 siblings, then what happens is when that person dies, the other children can't buy out the children who would inherit, which means the home has to be sold. And so the wealth is distributed and they don't get the benefit of the really interesting thing. Like, wealth matters because you can refinance a home and maybe help your children through college or a down payment on a home, or help start a business. Wealth matters, but really the research shows that what matters more than anything else is the start that children get in life. And so 0 to, let's say, 12 is really the critical age. And if children need to be in high opportunity environments to get their best start, that's really what matters. And wealth matters, but wealth really doesn't impact 0 to 12, except insofar as, maybe you can get some rental assistance from your parents, like you're living in a high expensive neighborhood and maybe your parents can help you pay your rent. So I think 0 to 12 is really what we need to focus on. That's really the critical age. That's what the research shows in the Opportunity Atlas, Raj Chetty's research, and so on. That's the environment that matters. So it's preschool, kindergarten, primary schools, and middle schools. That's really what matters. And the environment, right? Are you in the research shows, for example, that children who grow up in neighborhoods that have lead in the water, lead in the paint of the home, particulate matter where children have get asthma, that is so damaging. It's the most damaging thing. It's one of the 3 most damaging things that children can experience. So 0 to 12 is really where we need to focus our efforts.
Wow, really great point. We have 1 minute that I can ask you one closing question. We didn't get a chance to get to the structural racism discussion that you had, but if there's one takeaway you'd like for us to have before we close off, what would that maybe key point be?
I don't know that I can distill it to a single point, but I would say that just in our study, Roots of Structural Racism, what we find is that in health, in education, in economics, racial resistance is really the core cause of racial disparities. That's a very tough discussion to have, but the research is just overwhelming. So for example, if you look at just the health literature, racial segregation structures access to healthy environments in almost every way. It's just an overwhelming amount of research. So for example, if you look at maternal mortality rates, or health of the infant, the environment that the mother is in plays a very large role.
Mhm.
Also, access to healthcare,
Mm.
and so on. So it's overwhelming, and that's why we have to focus on fair housing, not just affordable housing. I'm all for building affordable housing, but if we just maximize out our affordable housing, it will be at the expense of fair housing. Sort of really emphasize the importance of bearing in mind fair housing, not just affordable housing. And when you hear the term the housing crisis, you hear the term fair housing, I really want you to think about race or families with children. I want you to think about that and not just think about affordability.
Stephen, thank you so much for your amazing presentation. And I'm going to make a request to Kendra, we can have you back because again, you just had so much great information. Kendra, thank you so much for opportunity to help moderate this conversation.
Thank you both. Stephen, we do apologize for being behind on time. The tech gremlins were all in the building this morning, but you're again, schooling us all, on your research and that of others in this area is really critical for the work that we're going to be doing on the ground. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your research. Thank you for your commitment. This is not an easy space to be in when you're talking about race and housing and all of these things and we want to bring you back to Sacramento, like Jose said.
I'd
Definitely.
love to.
Thank you.
It was an honor and a pleasure. Thank you both.
And many people have asked about the PowerPoint. Would that be something we could get to?
I think I would like to make the video available, but I'll hold off the PowerPoint until I do a follow-up.
That sounds great. Whatever you can send to us, we'll share. Thank you. So this concludes our keynote. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Jose, for moderating this. And where we are in our time in our summit is a quick break. We're going to try to maximize time once again. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for staying with us. This was an excellent presentation. There's so much we can talk about on our own about what Stephen just presented to us in zoning in our area, and that's where we're going to next. So please take a quick break. Thank you again. I think we hopefully have most of our tech issues out of the way, but thank you for your grace in this, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yes, Kendra, I'm constantly working on it.
Good morning. Good morning, David.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. I love your photo.
Thank you.
Now, is that an ADU we got going on there?
That's my son circa 2019 Halloween. I am a single family home and he is an accessory dwelling unit.
I love it.
Thank you.
All right. That might inspire me for this.
Actually, I have a newborn now as of June.
Ah,
And so
congratulations.
I'm thinking I may reprise.
Hey,
this.
everyone can hear you.
That's fine. I have
Okay.
no shame sharing this, but thank you. But yeah, I think my baby will become the junior ADU to my son as the accessory dwelling unit.
Oh, that's wonderful. And hello, Paul.
Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Great to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thank you.
Is everyone here? Oh, we need Parker. We're waiting for one more person. All right, well, I'll just kind of get started in welcoming back everyone. We are getting ready for our first panel discussion for our summit. Debunking myths against single. For the panel is Park Evans, who will be joining us momentarily. And I'm going to take this moment again to thank our sponsors, thank the team that helped put this together. We had an excellent committee throughout this year, and we definitely have. Thank you all for joining us, and I will just give a quick overview. Parker is a project manager for Mutual Housing California. He manages the development of new affordable housing projects. His responsibilities include securing entitlements, financing for new affordable developments, competitive state and local financing applications. And Parker has just been an excellent partner with SHA and has helped us in many, many areas. And we really talked about how important this panel is, and wow, if you guys were able to sit on any of that, I think this is going to be a great conversation. So take it away.
Fantastic. And Kendra, what end time should we be shooting for, just real quick?
We're gonna, our initial time was to end right. The next segment goes at 12:15. So we're 15 minutes off, I think. So we'll maybe just go all the way up to it, because I think we were ending at noon, but.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
So good morning, folks. My name is Parker. I am extraordinarily excited to be here with everybody this morning, kicking out this SHA Summit, following up a really excellent keynote. Like Kendra mentioned, I'm a housing development project manager for mutual developer here in California, or in Sacramento for 30 years. And, as someone who is on the ground, working on entitlements and the financing and the construction of these new projects, if anyone would like to have a discussion maybe later, I have a different interpretation of the fair housing versus affordable housing trade-offs, particularly with regards to tax credit development. If anybody wants to talk about that later, but that may be outside the scope of this. Mutual, we're a member organization of SHA, and I really honestly can't tell you how valuable a partner they are in developing affordable housing in Sacramento. They're able to advocate in spaces that we're not able to. And, I think you can really trace back pretty much any positive housing policy in Sacramento and Sacramento County can be traced back directly or indirectly to the SHA. So we're really, really proud to be a member organization, and to have them along as partners. The work that they do is tremendous. So with that, I'll introduce our topic, single family zoning, which has already been introduced in great detail by Stephen. And I think we're going to take kind of a different approach versus the really heavy research broad picture. I think we're going to try and get a little bit more local and talk about what this looks like and the effects of it here in Sacramento. So I think that single family zoning can fairly be considered an institution, both in America and in Sacramento. I think it's really only recently that we've had this opportunity to take a really long, hard look at this institution that I think many of us have taken for granted for a long time. We're reevaluating its purpose, its history, and its legacy, particularly with an eye towards equity, and really its value to a modern city. We're seeing this play out in other cities across the country, most notably Minneapolis and Portland. But we're also now seeing this at the state level with some recent legislation, and we're seeing it play out at the local level, in particular with the Sacramento 2040 General Plan, I think, which we will get to. So today, I think we're going to try and answer two questions. Number one, why is single family zoning significant generally, again, particularly with an eye towards history and equity? And then what would reforming or even eliminating single family zoning mean for us here in Sacramento? And because I think that single family zoning is such a deep part of the American neighborhood and family, and I think there's also probably a lot to unpack in the family portion of single family zoning, but that may also be beyond our scope. There are, I think, a lot of mistaken assumptions and misconceptions about single family zoning in general. Maybe some that are so internalized that we've never thought to examine them in detail before. So we're going to use kind of that framework for today's discussion. I think the way we're going to do it is I'm going to present a commonly held misconception about single family zoning, and then our panelists are going to challenge it. So I'll introduce them here in a second, but I really want this to be a conversation. So I'm hoping these misconceptions won't be directed at a single panelist. So I encourage you, panelists, to please ask questions of each other, hop in, piggyback on each other's comments. Audience members, we do plan to have some time at the end here for a Q&A. So if you have questions, put them in the chat, and when we get there, I'll select a few to read and we can respond as a group. So with that, I'll introduce our panelists. Today joining us, we have Paul Menard from the American Institute of Architects. We have David Garcia from the Turner Center at UC Berkeley. And we have Matt Hurdle, long-range planner with the city of Sacramento. So with that, let's kick it off. So I think I'm going to start by cheating even a little bit and kind of pack two misconceptions into one. So let's start with my home or my neighborhood has always been zoned for one family since the days of John Sutter, one single family home on a single lot. And then also kind of tied to that, the concept of single family zoning is colorblind. It's race neutral. Anybody can.
Who wants to jump in first? David, you want to take?
Sure, I'll take a start. Well, there was a long period of time where, land use was not dominated by a zoning regulation that mandated just one single family home to a single family plot, right? This goes back almost 100 years, starting in the very city of Berkeley, where I work at the university, and it's been documented in many places, but the city of Berkeley was actually the first locality to implement single family only zoning. And it was done for very explicit reasons, right? It wasn't because they did a market analysis and found that people just want single family homes in a certain area. It was because they really were explicitly excluding people of color and people of lower means from affluent areas of their city. Berkeley was kind of the first city to do this. They were the blueprint. Other cities soon followed thereafter. The Supreme Court eventually invalidated the practice of explicitly limiting areas to certain races, and so single-family only zoning became the default policy choice from big cities to small cities to try and maintain this culture of segregation. And so, even though it may seem like the neighborhood wherever your neighborhood is, it may have always been single family only zoning. We didn't always used to have such a rigid structure of what is allowed in a neighborhood and what isn't. And we have to recognize that the structure was put in place originally because of segregation. So I'll stop there. Let my colleagues jump in too. There's a lot to unpack.
Sure, great. Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great place to start because, where did this concept start? And I love the fact, I won't get back into this later, but I love the fact that, Berkeley City Council followed City of Sacramento's council lead and voted unanimously to end exclusionary zoning and has begun that process. So where it began, and now they're looking to end that. But yeah, in the city of Sacramento specifically, and throughout the nation, land use and zoning policies have evolved over the years as the city grew. But in various areas of the city have their unique story. But as an example, we have a summary of allowable housing types in the Elmhurst neighborhood. So kind of near UC Davis Medical campus, apartment houses or multifamily housing was allowed from 1923 to 2029 in the Elmhurst neighborhood. And then it slowly evolved. In 1936, zoning changes had restricted most of the neighborhood to 2 units maximum per lot. It's funny, we're getting back to that with SB 9, with the properties facing T Street and restricted to just 1 unit. And then in 1956, the remainder of the neighborhood was zoned exclusively to R1, a single family zone. And we now allow duplexes on corner lots in all our single family zones. But today in the city of Sacramento, 70% of Sacramento neighborhoods are zoned for single family or single unit dwellings, equating to almost half of the city's 101 square miles of land area, which gives you a sense. About 44 square miles is single family homes.
Very good. So how about this one? Higher density zoning, if we were to upzone some of these neighborhoods, it would put a lot more strain on our public infrastructure, on our school systems. And, the existing infrastructure we have in Sacramento just can't support it.
Yeah, hi, Parker. I'll jump in on this one to start. For me, this is a similar type of objection that we often hear to lots of development projects where people say, well, it's going to increase the traffic. Traffic is always the kind of thing that people talk about. And, we've been so focused on the automobile. It's hard for anyone to even imagine that if we changed our development pattern, we could perhaps live without an automobile or not have to use it so much. So I think the infrastructure, to me, this is a similar type of objection, and it's not really backed up facts. I think our infrastructure can support a modest increase in density. And another thing, just to use some words, but we talk sometimes now about eliminating single family zoning, and it's really not. I think what we're really talking about doing, the city plans to create the neighborhood zone, which would allow up to a 4-plex on any currently single family zone parcel. So I think part of the issue that we have now is to use terms like eliminate and get rid of and so on. You can still build your single family home if you want to, but some of these newer policies would allow more options in the high opportunity neighborhoods.
So I'll jump in real quick and just for a bit of context, this is something we have looked at in the context of Senate Bill 9. So the Turner Center released an analysis in late July, that looked at the potential uptake of new housing as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 9. So we can kind of extrapolate a little bit about what Sacramento is proposing based on that analysis. And it's important to note that, allowing more building in single family areas just by changing the zoning alone is not going to all of a sudden open the floodgates for huge amounts of new homes in these areas, right? There are economic and geographic factors that have to be considered when we think about how many new homes are actually going to get built, even when you change the zoning. And our analysis finds that it's actually going to be pretty limited uptake because of these economic and geographic factors. And add to that, this is something the homeowner really has to decide to undertake, right? Like this is if you just want to build, a new structure in your backyard, whether it's 1 unit or 2 units, as allowed by Senate Bill 9, that's that's a construction project. And as a homeowner, you may not have the financial means or the time or the patience to see that through. So it's probably going to be really limited to the extent that you will probably see a pretty imperceptible impact on any significant infrastructure, right? Another thing to think about too is when we were planning most of our single family neighborhoods, 30, 40 years ago, our engineering standards were you have to assume that there's 1.5 people per bedroom or something like that. We're assuming the max occupancy for every single home when we determine what the sewer line size needs to be. At the same time, we know that the average home size has been falling, not just in California, but nationwide. So we not only have bigger and bigger homes that we have assumed are at maximum infrastructure capacity, we have experienced a decline in the number of people living in those homes. So from that perspective, we actually probably have excess capacity based on what we actually planned most of our single family neighborhoods out to. So just want to make those 2 points that, it makes sense to think about whether or not we have the infrastructure to support this stuff. I generally think that we do, particularly because we're not going to see a real avalanche of new housing as a result of any of these kinds of new laws.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I'll just add to it and provide a little bit of local context for the city of Sacramento. But in terms of the scale, that we anticipate, I think a good bellwether is the city of Minneapolis, right? So they instituted 2020 was the first year that they allowed duplexes and triplexes by right. And in an entire year, and city of Minneapolis is just a little bit smaller than city of Sacramento. It's about 440,000 folks in here, but 515 in city of Sacramento now. Minneapolis in that first year saw 34 duplexes and 8 triplexes. So it gives you a little bit of sense of the scale that we're talking about. And we also equate it to kind of similar type of scale that we're seeing in ADUs. We permitted 76 ADUs in the city of Sacramento in 2020. So I agree. I think it's going to be incremental over time. But in terms of the actual valuation impacts, and we have impact fees on new development to help with things for existing infrastructure. The new development and the combined sewer system, needs to mitigate for runoff, the on-site drainage, et cetera. And really, in terms of the strategy and what we're doing for long-term planning, we're looking out to 2040, what our population growth will be over the next 20 years, and assuming where that growth is going to be. We assume of our total growth. So by 2040, we're looking at 69,000 new housing units throughout our city, whereas only 8% of those will be in our established neighborhoods. 92% of our growth in terms of housing units, population growth will be in our opportunity areas, commercial corridors, and central city areas. So it's a pretty small incremental growth over time. And we will be evaluating any potential environmental impacts of this growth throughout our city in our master environmental impact report in the general plan.
So Matt, I heard that this new 2040 general plan update is going to allow developers to bulldoze these homes and put up massive apartment buildings on my block. Is that true?
Well, certainly not true. But what I would say, I'll give a little context about what we're doing. I think a lot of folks are familiar with the city of Sacramento's approach, but just so that we're all on the same level playing field here. So we're, in the middle of our update to our general plan, 2040 general plan, where we are about 2.5 years into a 3.5 year effort. So we're heading that direction. And as part of that, we had introduced some key strategies to City Council in January, and they unanimously approved those for us to move forward. And one of those key strategies was to permit a greater array of housing types in single unit zones, single unit neighborhoods. And the next step will be a very specific policy language, land use map, implementation programs that will be available for public review. We're aiming for the end of November of this year. So that'll be out there. So for folks who are interested in following along, please do that and check out our website and participate. But over 2 years of outreach through the general plan and many different mechanisms, we saw some major priorities rise to the top, what we heard, right? So it's our response to climate change, it's equity, it's inclusive economic development, and of course, it's about the availability and affordability of housing. Housing has been one of those top issues. So we've been doing a number of planning efforts with our general plan, as well as our 8-year housing strategy or housing element that identifies 49 different programs, a variety of things we can do to increase the availability and affordability of housing. But we also have taken a very close look at our own land use history and doing similar things that we're all doing, and looking at why are certain neighborhoods segregated? Why is there, and so looking at that kind of land use history there. And we have a requirement under the state for really furthering fair housing in terms of AB 686, and really trying to provide lower cost housing options throughout our city, but especially in our higher resource neighborhoods. So the approach, the strategy that came out of that. So essentially, we're looking at how do we have more housing choice throughout our city, where we just talked about over 70% of our residential areas are single family, about half our land mass, but maintaining that neighborhood scale that would fit within the form of our city today. City of Sacramento has over 2,300 existing duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. This is something that has been interwoven through our city. Used to be allowed in many places in the city is interwoven. And so we want to maintain that. But to get at your question, we're going to be working over the next year and a half, rolling up our sleeves and working and hearing from the community and working on these, what we call development standards, things that will ensure that these new mixed-use housing standard, these duplexes and triplexes really fitted within that neighborhood scale. So we're going to have limitations on height. We're going to have open space, or what's called lot coverage requirements, and setbacks and all those kinds of things. So as you walk down the street, they'll be integrated within your neighborhood block.
That's great. Now that sounds all well and good, but does the new legislation that Governor Newsom just signed with SB 9, does that make this fourplex proposal in the 2040 plan moot? Is that still relevant?
Now I'll let David chime in with SB 9 too, because it's something that there's been a lot of talk about, and maybe he can give you an overview of what it is, but essentially will go into effect on January 1st. And so, yes, I say they're complementary. SB 9 is a statewide approach, a statewide response, right? And so, we have the privilege of looking at what our needs are and opportunities are in the city of Sacramento in terms of what our housing needs are, specifically what the demographics and dynamics of our own history have been. And we want customized, localized solutions. And so, the key strategy that we're working on now, would allow a more variety of housing types, more choice, including, triplexes, fourplexes, and looking at bungalow courts. And so, which is outside of SB 9. And with SB 9, which allows 2 units ministerially on a lot, or you can do an urban lot split and do 2 more, so maximum of 4 unit on a single family lot, is really only essentially 1 additional unit that can be allowed today, right? So we allow a single family home and 2 ADUs in the back, so 3 units by right now. And on our corner lots, you can do a duplex or 2 units and 2 ADUs for 4 units total. So with SB 9, essentially you get a net gain of 1, in some cases 0. It's even. So we certainly want to look for additional housing choice in allowing the smaller units. The one thing that we really appreciate about SB 9 is really looking at the entry-level home ownership, the ability to be able to split parcels, relatively easily and be able to sell those off, so other folks get to not only live and rent in the neighborhood, but they're able to buy in and realize their own equity over time.
Just adding to what Matt said, I agree that Senate Bill 9, to a lesser extent, or maybe more, depending on where you're at, Senate Bill 10, these are complementary, especially for cities who are thinking proactively about this question already, such as the city of Sacramento. I will say, generally speaking, Senate Bill 9 is an important piece of the Sacramento region's housing strategy overall, right? Because Sacramento may be very forward thinking on allowing more housing typologies in their single family neighborhoods. That doesn't mean that the surrounding areas have to do that. But Senate Bill 9 sets a floor or baseline for what other cities have to allow, which can create some more housing region-wide, while the city of Sacramento itself thinks about what works best for them to meet their to meet their housing goals. But again, housing markets are regional, and to the extent we have policies that can impact housing at a regional level, I think that's really important.
What would you say to someone who voiced concerns that, allowing duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes in their neighborhood is going to result in increased crime or decreased property values?
So I would say there's not really any evidence that we see in the literature of that happening. I think that's actually pretty clear. We've studied that before. If anything, the property values might increase as a result of more home building. But certainly what we have seen through similar policies and been able to observe in the academic literature is that there should not be any sort of drop in home values as a result of this. Similar conclusion with crime rates too, right? The construction of more housing alone is not in and of itself the correlated or causal with higher crime rates. So we just don't see any actual quantitative evidence of that.
What would you say to someone who says that, that this plan is it's a giveaway to developers and that there's not really any socioeconomic benefit to the people who are moving in? Do you think that there's any value, or what kind of value, I guess I should ask, is there in increasing the housing choices available in our existing neighborhoods?
I'll jump in real quick because I get this question a lot. I think it's important to note that a lot of the new homes that will result from bills like Senate Bill 9 or policies like the ones that Sacramento are considering are generally going to be smaller than the housing typologies that are available in single family neighborhoods today, right? So just by virtue of the size, they are likely to be more, say, attainable to more households reaching into, let's say, moderate income brackets than, let's say, your really expensive existing single family home is today. An important note about Senate Bill 9 is that it basically limits the size of the new unit being built to about 800 square feet. That's really small, right? That's like maybe a 2-bedroom. Cities can allow more for that, for more, but that's kind of the baseline. And so just by virtue of the bill language in Senate Bill 9, you're going to see pretty small housing come out of this, which again means that they're starter homes, right? They're going to be pretty reasonably sized, and as a result, the price is going to reflect that too. In most cases, you will certainly have examples where you may have something built that might be expensive, but generally speaking, most of the things you are going to see created as a result of these policies are going to be smaller, more attainable housing.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to add to that a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly right. I mean, it's not a secret that single family homes are the most expensive product type. And, we have, like I said, about 50% of our land mass is single family. We need a lot more housing in Sacramento, particularly lower cost housing. And for us to meet this tremendous need, we need to build lower cost housing that does not require subsidy, such as accessory dwelling units, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. We have limited housing options now. If you, like I said, if you want to live in most of the city's neighborhoods, you must buy or rent the most expensive housing type, that single family home. And in terms of what the research says about other types of housing products, townhouses typically cost 30% less per unit, and apartments 50% less than comparable quality single family homes, right? And so the city of Portland did a study recently with their work, and they found that allowing these smaller units throughout the city could reduce average housing costs by 56% over a 20-year period. And the city of Sacramento, as part of our analysis, will be conducting a similar economic analysis over the next year to understand to what extent allowing a great array of housing types will provide lower cost housing options. But building smaller and building on existing land, you don't have to buy the land. And in many cases, folks can take an existing home and just split it, add a couple of doors, right? Add a door. So yeah, it's in terms of the logic model, it's pretty straightforward. I would say also the one thing I'll add is getting a little bit into the weeds here, but I think it's an important thing is that Research also indicates that building middle-priced housing increases long-term regional affordability through a process called filtering, which is the idea that as new market rate housing is built, higher income people move to it, leaving behind older housing stock for lower income individuals, families. And studies indicate that increasing housing supply tends to reduce housing prices, particularly over the long run. So, just getting more units into our city is certainly a huge, important part of the equation.
We get a couple of questions in the chat, and I invite folks in the audience, please submit them via the chat, via the QA feature. One question here is, how do these policies, both SB 9 and the 2040 policy, how are they taking into account the aging population in Sacramento? It won't be long before more than 30% of the population are going to be age 65 plus. How are they considered in these policies?
So I'll start there. I'll say I think that there is not an explicit recognition in the bill language, right, about the demographics of the folks who might be benefiting from these kinds of housing typologies. I think I'll just again highlight that it is likely that these are going to be smaller units, and so as folks would like to age in place more, they would like to perhaps downzone to another option in their general area or neighborhood, but they don't necessarily want to leave the area. Having an option like a small cottage, a townhome, something like that, could actually be really attractive for someone who doesn't want the large yard or the extra rooms that they have to keep up, right? So kind of downsizing but staying in place. These are the kind of policies that are going to facilitate that kind of development.
Yeah, I would echo that. And from our work on the accessory dwelling units and ADUs, we're hearing from folks that many folks are using that opportunity to provide a space for family or for them to downsize and move into the accessory dwelling unit and rent out the other house or vice versa. So we do see a lot of that. There's some advantages there, be able to be close to your family members. Or have that rental income while you downsize into a smaller unit. So SB 9, the city's greater array of housing types, ADUs all facilitate that. Also looking at accessibility as part of the equation. A lot of these units will be single story, and we are working on a city of Sacramento permit ready ADU plans that anyone in the city can use that will be approved through planning and will be ready to go. And we're going to make all those plans fully ADA accessible. So that's part of the equation as well. Having these units as we build them to be ADA accessible as folks age in place.
So Matt, you touched on it a little bit earlier, but I'm concerned that my neighbor's, he's going to tear down his home and he's going to build something that's lot line to lot line with no parking. It's going to be 4 stories tall and look into my backyard. Does the 2040 plan in its current state allow that to happen?
Yeah, that's a great question, Parker. And I know we've had a lot of community conversations around this topic. And so what council approved in January is a high level strategy, essentially. And you'll see that next level of detail in the policy development and implementation program in November. But even after that, there's another level of detail. We'll need to update our planning and development code or zoning code. And in that, we're going to have very specific, as we do now, very specific requirements or standards, both from the siting, the development, how big, where can it be, and the design aspect of things. And we understand the importance of both of those because folks have voiced very clearly that they value their privacy. They they love their neighbors, but they also want to have appreciate that. So yeah, we're going to be rolling our sleeves up, working with the community at large to really get some ideas for what those standards and should be. But yes, those are the kind of things we'll absolutely be factoring in. How can we create and require designs that respect folks' privacy, that allow these units to take place, but also make sure that we got little things dialed in, like where trash cans go, where can folks park, trees, how do we continue to make sure we have an amazing tree canopy, how do we have that separation between units. So those are all the little nuances that we'll be working on and we'll be taking very seriously over the next year and a half.
And I'll add quickly, the provisions of Senate Bill 9 give localities really wide latitude on the kinds of projects they would like to see built within the guidelines of Senate Bill 9, right? Like outside of requiring, a minimum setback and that 800 square foot kind of a cap, cities can dictate the look of the projects themselves, the height, the pitch, things like that. As long as you're not precluding the construction of an 800 square foot unit, cities get to decide, a lot about what gets built as a result of Senate Bill 9.
Any more broad thoughts about single family zoning or SB 9 or the general plan before we get into a couple more questions?
I think one thing to consider is, we have, this is true in Sacramento as it is in a lot of places, such a huge imbalance in how much land we zone for multifamily versus single family, right? Like statewide, it's about 2/3 of our zone land is reserved just for single family only zoning. And some of our work has shown that as a result, our development that we do allow happens in a really tiny slice of the land we actually have. And so if we're serious about creating the number of new homes we need to make up for our housing deficit, we do need to reconsider our largest land use, right? So, and this is ostensibly what's behind the push for accessory dwelling units, Senate Bill 9, what Sacramento is doing. How do we leverage all of this land we have to add a reasonable amount of new housing, right? Because it doesn't take a lot of new housing in a single family area to make a big impact because of the scale. Right? So if we have, one new home added every block or two, scale that up over 2/3 of our zone land, that's a significant number of new homes on neighborhood infrastructure, on neighborhood character. This is a really organic, incremental way to help meet our housing needs over time. And it doesn't have to mean that we're fundamentally changing the dynamics or the character of any one community or neighborhood.
And Matt, you touched on this earlier, but I guess I'll bring it back to this. This neither SB 9 nor the 2044 Plex plan will result in any additional deed restricted affordable housing like the kind that Mutual builds. Is it going to have, what kind of impacts on affordability do you think that these two proposals, this elimination of single family zoning will have in the long run?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, it looks like my camera's getting a little blurry here. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, we are going to be digging into that and doing economic analysis to understand to what extent these housing options and housing types will lead to more affordability. But a few things there, right? We're so undersupplied in terms of units. We need to build more units. It takes the pressure off, right? We need to build smaller, more affordable by design units. We of course need subsidized regulated units as well. I mean, it's full court press on all sides and all aspects of it as well. And I think that but part of the story is, yes, more housing and cheaper housing, but also is where the housing is and what opportunities are provided for that, right? And so I'm going to say the obvious to this group, but I think it's important just to, we know that family members who build equity, use down payments, college, many people weren't able to do this because of their color of skin throughout the country and in the city of Sacramento. And today the cost of admission to purchase a home, especially in our high opportunity areas, typically requires generational wealth. I mean, you need at least $120,000 for down payment, right? In Sacramento County, median home prices are $515,000, but that's county-wide. We're talking about the neighborhoods, more desirable, high resource neighborhoods is much, much higher than that. And we had those racially restrictive covenants in these neighborhoods, the same neighborhoods that are affluent and more predominantly white, Land Park, East Sacramento, Amherst, Park. These, racially restrictive covenants were in place until the early 20th century, and many are still listed on the titles today. And, of course, the government-sponsored redlining was practiced until outlawed by the Fair Housing Act in 1968, although discriminatory practices continued long after and still continue today. And when you compare the historic redlining and racially restrictive covenant maps to the racial and ethnic composition of a region's neighborhoods today, a clear resemblance emerges. The concentration of today's Black, Asian, and Hispanic Latino residents tends to fall outside areas that historically had restrictive covenants. So yes, it's about more housing affordability, more units, more options, but it's also about those options and ability to be in neighborhoods where folks weren't historically allowed to be, where we have better opportunities for education, better opportunities for transit, walkable environments, cleaner air. So that's part of the story that I'm just obviously want to make sure it's not lost in part of this conversation.
We got about 7-8 more minutes, time for a few more questions. How does the 2040 plan and or SB 9 interface with local historic districts or other overlay districts that might exist?
So just real quick on Senate Bill 9, there is explicit language that excludes historic districts from utilizing the provisions of SB 9. So that's pretty clear. I'll let Matt talk about what the city is looking at.
Yeah, our strategy allowing a greater array of housing types is really looking at a citywide strategy. And actually, most of our historic districts are in Central City or in the areas around Central City, and those already have great housing choice. You have the variety of housing types throughout Midtown, downtown, and the first ring outer suburbs. So you'll walk down, you'll see the duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. When I first moved to the city of Sacramento, I lived in a triplex in Midtown. So they're there. And if there's an opportunity to have more of those housing types and choices in our historic districts, we certainly encourage that.
Will, again, either with SB 9 or with the 2040 plan, will someone who wants to build more than one unit on their existing lot, will they have to go through the planning commission and the normal entitlement process, or is there an alternative process that exists or will exist?
Well, I could speak, for SB 9, it's, the nuance there is that it's called ministerial, right? So for ministerial approval of up to 2 units on a single lot, or ministerial approval of an urban lot split to allow 2 more units up to a maximum of 4 units per SB 9. What ministerial means is essentially you have to use objective development, objective design standards, and it's a pass-fail checklist, right? And so we have the standards that we have to follow. We have those in place in Sacramento. We have objective infill design standards. We have objective zoning standards in our planning development code, and we have objective standards in our general plan and specific plans that developments have to follow. And they do, it is essentially a checklist, and we have to prove it. There isn't that discretion, that back and forth. We can't condition or require other things. In terms of our approach for the city's strategy, still to be determined exactly what that's going to look like. There is SB 35 as well, statewide, that you have to ministerially approve projects if folks apply for an SB 35 application, which is 2 units or more. So there's folks that could use SB 35 through a ministerial process as well. But we do anticipate at least at staff level, it would be at staff level, it would not be a planning and design commission level approval, if anything beyond ministerial.
Fantastic. Well, any closing thoughts to share about single family zoning in general, its history, or the new proposals that are working through or that have worked through the state and are being worked through the city of Sacramento? Why is this important? Why should we care?
I'll just say we should care for a lot of the reasons we've already discussed here. So kind of in summary, recognition of why we have single family zoning in the first place, right? It was done for very explicitly nefarious reasons. And also recognition that pretty much all of the land that we have to build housing on is reserved only for one housing type that we know is only, particularly now in California, attainable to certain income levels. So if we are serious about solving our affordability and supply challenges, there is no solution that doesn't involve reconsidering what we allow in these neighborhoods, right? It doesn't mean huge apartment buildings. It doesn't mean bulldozing neighborhoods. I think we get a little hyperbolic there. It means things like building on the success of ADUs, allowing townhomes, things that used to be really standard, 30, 40 years ago, and that today we look at and say, well, that's really charming. Why do we not allow that? So it's these kinds of considerations that are not, outlandish or over the top, but just something that's can be hard to get behind, because housing is so personal. If you are being told that something might change next door or down the street, I think it's perfectly reasonable to have some apprehension. But when you think about what's being proposed in a lot of these bills and the just crushing need of more housing across all income levels, across all typologies, this is a natural progression of what ultimately will hopefully be a solution for our housing issues.
Yeah, I would agree. And I also think that, the city's proposal to create the neighborhood zone and allow allow a little bit more density on what is now single family. It's a way to get additional units into what we've been talking about, the high opportunity neighborhoods, and, to create some more housing in places where people actually want to live. And I agree with everything that's been said. I think that looking at what's already happened in Minneapolis and Portland, this is not going to create some kind of sweeping change. The change is going to be slow and incremental, and yet it's one piece of the toolkit that we need to really work on this complex, multi-pronged issue. Just one story. A friend of mine told me that when she was in college at Sonoma State in Rohnert Park, she lived in a fourplex right in the middle of a single family neighborhood. There were several other fourplexes on that street, and she sent me pictures of it. And the fourplexes, I mean, if you were walking down that street, the fourplexes really don't look any different than the single family homes. And there were 4 college students living in the fourplex, and it fit right into the neighborhood, and everything worked out fine. And this is some years ago. So, and I guess then just what David was talking about, there's been a marked change in our built environment pre-World War II and post-World War II. We used to allow all kinds of or a lot of things happen that, as David said, we now look at as charming or beautiful. But with the, when the GIs came home from World War II and the FHA started the, everybody was able to get a mortgage, and all that regulation rolled out, and the 4 to 5 dwelling unit per acre subdivision happened. It's has become the only thing that people can imagine now. So, but there are, a lot more options. Thanks.
Full disclosure,
David?
I live in a fourplex, so I may be biased.
Me too. David, Paul, and Matt, thank you so much for joining us and walking us through this. It's been a pleasure, and I'll pass it back off to Kendra.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Parker, for moderating this panel. Thank you all, Matt and Paul and David, for your expertise in sharing with us. This is something that the Sacramento Housing Alliance is going to be very engaged in going into November and into the spring. And so we really thank you for educating our attendees on what this zoning is. And it just kind of was an extension of what our keynote was really speaking about. And also, again, going to the justice component, there's definitely the technical aspect of housing, but just understanding really how our community, how our cities, how our neighborhoods were designed, and understanding that, the need for more housing requires us to do some things that maybe historically made sense, but no longer do. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. And we look forward to reaching out to you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will segue into our next panel, of which I'm going to be moderating. And so our next panel is our panel 2 for today is a little bit different. It's about actual housing, and we've been talking about affordable housing in different aspects, mostly duplexes, apartments, affordable housing developments, and now we're going to really talk about promoting homeownership as a racial equality tool. So we have a panel that will join us today and kind of talk about what that looks like. Our panelist is our council member, Ami Bera, who needs to, if you can turn your camera on, there you go. Shannon Side, hello, with Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento, and Dr. Jesus Hernandez. And so what we will start off, because we've just kind of caught up with time, so I'm going to go right into it. And so Councilmember Vang, we brought you in to kind of talk about your experience, your knowledge, and how you grew up and where you see housing and the path to equality.
Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. It is lunchtime. I'm really honored to be part of this panel. And first, I want to take this moment to thank Sacramento Housing Alliance. Really, just thank you so much for inviting me to be on the panel. But I also want to thank, SHA and Kendra, you for your incredible leadership in addressing really a crisis that we have right now in our city, and just really honored to be part of a really distinguished panel that has expertise and work in this area. I am absolutely a product of affordable home ownership. What led me to this moment to actually even be able to serve this community, to be able to have a home in South Sacramento and Meadowview, is really because my family had an opportunity to be part of a program. As a kid, I lived in a small low-income one-bedroom apartment with 8 people growing up in Sacramento. And my father actually applied for a program where his labor, or quote unquote sweat equity, served at his down payment for the home. And I remember when I was a little girl, my dad would come home very, very sweaty and told me he was working with his brothers, my uncles, on building this home. And Dad had told me that, once the home was done, that we were going to move out and we were going to have an additional bathroom and maybe 1 or 2 more bedrooms. And when we moved into that house, it was really the domino effect for everything that came afterwards. This opportunity for my parents, low-income refugees, Hmong refugees, they were eventually able to build wealth after many years of owning this home. And it actually helped us to move into a larger home for my 16 siblings and I, and really help my parents build equity to be able to move and have that privilege and that flexibility to do that. I know for me, growing up in Oak Park and in Meadowview, in both areas, we know that access to quality neighborhoods and access to home ownership leads to longer life expectancy for our families. I mean, research after research have shared that with us. We know that where we live impacts our health and our ability to achieve our full potential. And in this city and everywhere, we have to be really laser focused on figuring out that on the ways in which we can build more inclusive and equitable housing, affordable housing throughout our city. I was able to jump on a little earlier and saw that one of our staff, Matt, was here really speaking about what the city is doing, especially with our housing element. But I think as we consider how we build moving forward, we have to have more options for affordable housing. When I think about really just my lived experiences, it was because of that opportunity that allow for so many opportunities afterward, and really want to make sure that, every family in Sacramento, every resident gets that opportunity too. I know housing is a very complex issue, but I think this is one tool where we can really uplift our families from poverty.
Great, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And Shannon, I will introduce you and then go to Dr. Hernandez, who actually has a presentation for us. Shannon, do you want to give us an overview of Habitat and then what Habitat's mission is as it relates to housing, affordable housing?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me be part of this panel today. I agree with it's a honor to be sitting with such a distinguished peers in this space. And Kendra, obviously, it's always wonderful to work with you in SHA. So thank you for allowing Habitat to participate. We are both, Habitat for Humanity is working nationally, obviously internationally, but also here locally to really address how our programs are both serving and potentially not serving adequately historically underserved communities, particularly Black, Latino, Asian, and in particularly Southeast Asian communities. And first and foremost for us as Habitat for Humanity is also changing the conversation around serving those communities and around creating housing access for those communities. That, you know, I heard in the last presentation a reference back to the GIs coming home in the 40s and the 50s when quote unquote everybody was able to get a mortgage. The reality is that not everybody was able to get a mortgage, and that very large portions of our national fabric were excluded from that opportunity to create ownership opportunities through home ownership and to access the GI Bill and other affordable housing opportunities at that time. So for us at Habitat, it's not only making sure that our policies, procedures, programs, outreach, organizations from leadership, board, staff, represent all of the communities that we have the potential to serve, but also that we are changing the core dialogue and that we are fighting the systemic and inherent racism and bias that exists within the fabric of this conversation. And so it's really important that, you know, one of the conversations that we had recently at the international level at Habitat is that we're finding that donors and participants are pushing back along the concept of wealth building for the individuals that we serve, because the kind of the disjointed concept is, if I am donating my dollars to help create housing opportunities, why am I creating wealth? And the reality is that because creating wealth is part of creating equity. It is part of solving the systemically historical errors that have lasted for decades in regards to housing access and equity. And, you know, and so we're finding with Habitat, it is really a multi-pronged approach. It's not just about creating more housing stock, which is absolutely imperative, and finding more funding for home ownership within the overall spectrum of affordable housing, which is essential. But it's also about really being very definitive in really working with changing the perception that exists about what affordable housing is, how home ownership is an essential part of that spectrum, and how home ownership really is the opportunity that allows families to move forward in escaping that historical oppression and moving forward into this generational wealth development and stability long term. So it's a huge portion of the work that we're doing at Habitat.
Great, thank you so much. I have so many other questions and things to ask you, so I'm glad that you kind of gave that overview. Okay, great, thank you. Dr. Hernandez. You should be able to share your screen. You have access, so anytime you're
okay, so you're ready for presentation time.
Yep.
Okay. So how do we share the screen here? Share screen. Let's look at. Is it sharing?
It's in the process, yes.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay, so the big problem is, how come we can't own homes? Because they change lives. Home ownership changes lives. I mean, you know, Habitat is changing lives every day with what they're doing. So I'm going to try to explain why we can't own homes. And maybe that will shed some light on how to fix the problem. So it's a different approach.
Yes.
So, you know, we know home ownership is basically essential for everything we do. But really, what it's important because it represents the gateway to stability, and more important, it represents the gateway for opportunity, education, employment, healthcare, excuse me. So we've got all of these things. And plus, when we get those things, our home is like And our home plus where it is, it represents some sense of value, some sense of status, you know. And when we don't have that, it's also the starting point for this, you know, these things we call stigma and bias and that social distancing that segregation brings. So we know that this home ownership problem has measurable racial and spatial characteristics. But we've got all these fair housing rules and laws and policies that says, hey, everything is colorblind. So what is the real problem here? Is it race? Because we've eliminated all the legal barriers, right? So housing is so important because, you know, if you've ever bought a house, the first thing you look at is location, location, location. So there's a spatial quality to housing. Okay. More important, it's the gateway to all the social determinants. The social determinants of health that everybody talks about. This is your first exposure to it. It's your first exposure to where you go to school. It's your first exposure to where you get healthcare. It's your first exposure to public transportation, to energy, to pollution. You know, housing is that first connection to the social determinants. But the thing is that those social determinants and our access to them impact our ability to earn income and to accumulate health. And the problem is these social determinants are guided by public infrastructure investment. So these social determinants have spatial orientations, just like our house. And we can see from the diagram there that all these social determinants are all connected to each other. If one goes bad, they all go bad. If housing goes bad, you're in places with the worst schools and the worst employment and the worst healthcare, and the opportunity to earn income is diminished. No technology, no broadband, no economic productivity in your neighborhood. So income and wealth, in turn, impact our ability to access housing and social determinants such as good education, employment, and good healthcare. So because we've got this history of housing segregation, we need to really understand the effects. I mean, we see this old redlining map that everybody uses since 1938. That's the wrong map to use. When they show you this map, you're not getting the full story. Although it did start, it was this foundation for redlining and race covenants and redevelopment that moved minority populations out of downtown. But we have to see where they went to. And when redevelopment and redlining and these covenants shifted people out of downtown, we saw that they went where there were no race covenants, which was north and south. And we see where all the covenants are. They're going east to west. And we see this process of gentrification, displacement, redlining, realtor gatekeeping turns into sprawl. This is our baseline geography for measuring what we do and the effects of housing segregation. So this geography is really important because when we start looking at these social determinants, they have the same geography. We're looking at education, we can see who didn't graduate from college, north and south. When we're looking at employment and the labor market index, we can see who's participating in the labor market. It's north and south, they're not having any jobs, which means they're not having any income. And when we're looking at poverty, we see that north-south pattern of redlining. And we can look at all these other things that are affected by housing segregation. Who gets tested for COVID first? Who gets the vaccine first? Subprime lending. Who gets broadband access? Where are our environmental hazards? Our health indicators like asthma and cardiovascular disease. Housing prices and the quality of housing. Where are the heat islands at? Where are the transit deficient neighborhoods? Academic performance, where the school closures are. Adverse childhood experiences, which we see down the road. These all have the same geography of redlining. These all impact our ability to earn wages. And we look at regional transportation infrastructure. Now, this is a map of transportation investments in the region in 2012. Why is it important today? Is because all of these projects are just coming on board or getting to the point where they're being completed, so that you can see our decisions from 10 years ago affect what's happening today. And those dark gray areas are the places with the highest concentration of poverty. And you can see the public investment not going there. And to the right, you can see healthcare facilities. We can see where they're at. They're nowhere near the areas that have the highest concern for healthcare. So we can see how this infrastructure affects everybody. So these social determinants are really spatially oriented. The infrastructure, the social determinants, is located to activate a specific place. Schools, banks, hospitals, transit, job centers, government buildings, they are all spatially oriented to support economic development and growth in a specific place. So who gets to live where is really important to understanding who's going to earn income, which is the essential element for home ownership. And so we see all of this, the effects of segregation, as a cumulative trauma that has impacted our ability to earn. It's long-term institutional exclusion from the social determinants that affects income. And so when it affects income, it also affects intergenerational wealth, the wealth of our children down the road. This has a direct and persistent negative effect on home ownership. So we can see that these social determinants are really investment strategies that dictate who our public investment really supports. And because these social determinants provide access to focusing on income switches the scrutiny from these really punitive public support systems to the racially deficient individual. We can fix the individual. Equity puzzle because ability to earn income as a result of these colorblind market outcomes. Housing markets are seen as driven by individuals who seek to buy. So these market constraints are no longer racial, they're colorblind, right? Because now it's about the individual and the risk he or she may present to a lender to purchase a home. Do they have good credit? Or they have the income? Do they have the resources for such as a down payment? And all of these are indications of merit. We worked hard to do this, and good citizenship that reduces our risk to the lender. So legally, we are allowed to discriminate on the basis of income. Income is not a protected class according to civil rights and fair housing law. So let's dig in and take a peek at this. Let's look at Oak Park, because Oak Park is a troubled place right now because of the rate of gentrification that's happening almost overnight. So last night, about 3 in the morning, I looked up the average price of homes sold in South Oak Park. $391,000. We also looked up the average income in Census Tract 28, right across the street from Aggie Square. And you'll see it's about 44,000 divided by 12 gives you about $3,700 in income. Put it on our real estate cap here. We know that basic allowable debt that a household can use to qualify for a loan is 40% of the monthly gross income, assuming they have good credit, long-term employment, cash reserves, and no bills. This means that they could borrow a monthly payment of about $1,500 a month. That would put the home value at $270,000, which means they're going to be short $121,000 to purchase that home. not counting closing costs. So we can see that, down payment assistance is not going to cover $121,000. We can see that these discussions about, down payment assistance and other programs like this, they're pretty much illusionary and give the illusion of some type of real concerted, heartfelt intervention when it does not. It does not support the people in those neighborhoods. So the solutions that focus on fixing individuals actually perpetuate the problem of gentrification, because the only people who can qualify for that are people outside of the neighborhood. So in an income-based housing market, homeownership is really the only protection against gentrification, but we're seeing that the solutions are not going to take us there. So what is the infrastructure needed for this racial equity that we're trying to achieve? First, we need to look outside of the individual. We need to look at neighborhoods where our infrastructure is planted, where our access to social goods happens. And the first thing we need is a comprehensive housing plan that goes from homelessness to home ownership. What are all of the products necessary to make that happen in the neighborhood? And once we know that, we can actually make that determination of how much money we actually need to make that happen. But we need folks to make the assessment. And the city doesn't have the capacity to do this because we've got like 90 some odd neighborhoods, which is a lot of work. And the city's focus is a more macro regional kind of plan for everybody, not just a certain place. So home ownership here, it's like, the demand is there. I mean, Habitat report, I saw Lane's text on LinkedIn showing everybody, they've received like $7,000 applications for about 12 homes. So the demand is intense, but the need says that range has to be $200,000 to $250,000 on a price range. What is the housing product going to look like for that to happen? Are we developing the kinds of land banks that will have the capacity to meet the needs of that underserved population? More important, do we have the mortgage programs that allow us to discriminate on income and location? And right now we don't. The only people who are allowed to discriminate right now is Habitat, because they discriminate on income every day. Effective. And they've proven that giving loans to people of lesser means doesn't come with the risk that everybody says. Matter of fact, I can't count the number of defaults that they've had. So the risk is not there if the education is there and the product is there. So how do we scale this up? How can we develop a sustainable home mortgage infrastructure through the use of securitization? So we're talking about all these, housing funds and everything like that. But when we issue them out to grants and we issue them out to developers, that money doesn't recycle for home ownership like an FHA loan does. So we're not taking care of people to move into homes because of their income, and we're not giving them the housing products that they can afford. Neighborhood stabilization also means comprehensive energy planning, where neighborhoods are involved in the production and management of energy. Neighborhoods can produce their own energy if we let them. But because we are stuck on building utility companies and making them too big to fail, they are the only ones that will allow for energy production to happen on their means, on their terms, which means we cannot scale up things like solar energy. We cannot scale things up like neighborhood microgrid systems that distribute energy locally that was generated locally. We cannot have nonprofits involved in energy production where that income comes back to them, and so they can distribute to the types of services that they actually use to promote well-being in their neighborhood. So what is the bundle of energy products that neighborhood needs, that each of these neighborhoods need to lower their energy production, to do local energy production, to do local storage and distribution, to lower the future cost of energy? Because I don't know if anybody looked at your SMUD bill lately, but it goes up every year for some unknown reason. So can we lower the cost of transportation? How are we doing this? We're moving towards electric vehicles and things of that sort, but we're not scaling down who could produce the energy to charge those vehicles. If you have solar energy right now, that energy belongs to SMUD. It does not belong to you unless you have storage. So we need meaningful jobs and energy that contribute to climate change. Jobs means income. Income means people can purchase. We also need distributive healthcare that's oriented to the neighborhood and targeting the medically underserved. Because when we create cradle to career pathways, local care means local jobs, means people will be able to afford housing. So we have to fix the income problem. Okay, so what this means is that we got to retool these silos that are used to give us social determinants, to give us access to them. Because deficiencies in these social determinants, where we say one group has more housing than the other, we see all this racial inequality in our social determinants like education and healthcare. It means there's deficiencies in infrastructure, not in people. So we're doing the wrong analysis. Every time we look at people, we're doing the wrong thing and we repeat the same patterns of segregation. So we need to connect housing production, we need to connect energy production and healthcare decentralization to education and employment for cradle to career pathways, so that we have people working in the neighborhoods they live in for the people they live in, and you have this economic productivity that's circular in nature that stays in the neighborhood so that people can buy homes in the neighborhood they live in. They do not have to move out of their neighborhood to buy a home, especially if you're living in one of the poorest neighborhoods where land is cheaper. So these pathways to income also means pathways to housing, a housing product and a housing supply. But this change requires a vision. What does housing, energy, and healthcare look like 10 years from now? What does it look like 20 years from now? Because this is where we're headed. We need to get ready for this. And so what are the short-term projects and long-term programs needed to realize this vision of change in a world of climate change? Things are changing right before. We are a part of history right now, and an important part of history, and all of our lives are changing. How do we meet the demands of these change? Now, and the thing is that we can't leave it up to cities and municipalities, because their hands are pretty much full. So we can complain and we can nag them and they can, and block freeways and everything like that. That's not going to do us any good unless we know what to ask for. So what is the strategy for housers and nonprofits to engage in this type of planning for their neighborhoods that's visionary, not reactionary? Because when we have that vision, we can create that needs assessment that says, here's what our neighborhoods really need to thrive. Here's how they become productive. Here's how they become regenerative. Here's how they become restorative and regenerative by design. So how do housers in this nonprofit world take the initiative to do this type of planning? Because without it, we are not going to be in a position to protect our neighborhoods from things like gentrification, from things that are happening in Oak Park right now with Aggie Square. Because once that comes on board, we know that the people in there are going to be displaced. And if you check the census lately, you know the bulk of those folks are Mexican. So now you're talking about displacing people, but not because we're antagonistic, it's because of income. So how do we fix the income problem? Because when we fix the income problem, we fix the racial problem. Now we have to think about some issues here. We heard today the changes in zoning. So here's my take on it. First, those changes endangers disadvantaged communities, disadvantaged neighborhoods, because there's no protection against gentrification. Cheap land is really the issue here. Upzoning, lot splitting does not change the income problem, nor is it designed to. Upzoning and lot splitting does not result in integration or equity because pricing will not change. People are not going to split a lot in land park and give you a cheaper price just because we're concerned about racial equity. So another issue is that in order to enjoy the benefits, to leverage the benefits of upzoning, lot splitting, affordable dwelling units, you got to have income. So without that income mechanism, without that housing finance that's designed for the poor, for people of less means, zoning will be dangerous for our poorest neighborhoods. The cost of affordable housing is not sustainable. It's near $500,000 per unit. So how are we going to take things like from a community benefits agreement and put our money into affordable housing at that rate in our poorest neighborhoods? So, and all this funding that goes towards affordable housing at the local level, at the regional level, at the state level, none of that includes affordable homeownership. None of that includes that self-help funding process that we had before when organizations like Habitat could get money to fund those things. That money is gone. Habitat's doing this on a shoestring. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're raising a lot of money to get this stuff done, and they shouldn't have to be engaged in that work. They should be building the capacity to roll out more houses. They should be, linking with land banks and to make their product more, I guess we need more access to that type of very product because that's the one that's targeting people in most need. So again, our local governments do not have the capacity to do this work. Regional planning does not fix neighborhood problems. Now it's up to the housers to fill that gap. We got to do more than advocate. We need the visionary planning that leads us into the future, because when we have that type of planning, we can dictate the policies that should be passed. We can make those kind of recommendations for what the next step is to our elected officials, because they need help. They want to understand this. Not every elected official I know is an urban planner or has been doing real estate development. And so they're thrown right in the middle of this and say, fix a housing problem. Really? That is not a job that I would want. So how do we give them the knowledge they need to promote the housing products we need to make our neighborhoods successful? And this is what we need to be thinking about. So all this housing advocacy needs to take a step back and really do the visionary planning that's necessary to bring our poorest neighborhoods back into the regional economy. So I'm ready for questions. There's my contact info. If anybody wants to discuss night or day, this is what I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Thank you for that presentation, and we definitely want to share that out. So we will go to questions, and really kind of starting with, it's the vision. So going back to Habitat, because I will take a little bit of privilege. Couple things. For one, I was able to, for the first time in my position as a BD, go to a Habitat dedication, which was extraordinary. If anybody has not participated in something like that, it was incredible. And one of the things I noted, I was really just in awe of is kind of what Dr. Hernandez has been saying about low income, because most of the homeowners in the program, at least it seemed like for this particular group, they worked for the gig economy and maybe had 2 and 3 jobs. I've currently own my home. I've owned a home before, and I'll talk about, my own personal experience in a second. But I know that 40% means when he's saying, I know what that debt to income ratio means. And I know that they really look at the type of job, to own a home in other places. And, if I not putting down anybody working for, but if I didn't make enough money just doing work for Uber and then maybe working in a restaurant, it's not in my reach. And then I'm subject to, renting, if I don't fall in affordable income, $2,500, and being at the mercy of what's going on at the market consolidation in this region. So if you could just kind of speak to a little bit for those that may or may not know, and for Habitat, how do you do what you do? And really, we want to talk about really the solution, and then what can we do in our region to see more homes. The block that I went to was just incredible. And the families, the fact that we got to walk through those homes and the families that were just so overjoyed, their life's going to change forever.
Thank you, Kendra. It was wonderful to have you at our dedication. To have that be our first in-person dedication in almost 2 years was even more impactful. But you are absolutely right. A lot of the families that we are serving, a lot of them are part of the gig economy, but there are hundreds and thousands of more families and individuals who are not part of the gig economy, who are part of that missing middle, who are who, especially in California and in the Sacramento region, who we would think, oh, they're well employed, they're fine, they can afford a home. But we've gotten to a point with income disparity in relation to the housing prices that we're seeing a much larger gap between those who are able to access and afford even the most affordable homeownership opportunities in the standard market in our region, as opposed to those who can. Mm-hmm. And so with Habitat's work, for us, it's twofold. Number one, it's creating new homeownership opportunities. And we have to be very creative about this. You are 100% right. We do not receive any federal funding whatsoever. We aren't currently receiving any funding from the city, although we are grateful for for some of the fee waivers that we do receive when building in Sacramento City. The county has been supportive, but again, it's all of this as an affordable home developer. Part of the challenge that we have is that we have the requirement and the need to negotiate with every single level of municipality in which we work. So it's not just the county, it's not just the city of Sacramento, it's the city of Elk Grove, it's the city of Rancho Cordova, it's West Sacramento and Yolo County. And so part of it is that battle, that some of what we do internally on a daily basis is really just working with our elected officials. Councilmember Vang is a wonderful example, somebody who immediately upon election was like, tell me more about what you're doing and how can we help and how can we be more involved in supporting the work you're doing. And it's that type of ongoing day in, day out advocacy and education about what Dr. Hernandez talked about so specifically, is the importance that the housing spectrum doesn't just end at affordable rental. The housing spectrum has got to include the full spectrum, including affordable home ownership, in order for us to really fully and holistically address housing inequity at all levels, in our community and in all communities. And, so for Habitat, how we address that, obviously we have, Lane and Aaliyah and an amazingly active development team who really is able to share the depth and the impact of the work that we do with private funders and grant administrators. But the real move forward has got to come from municipality support and has got to come at all different levels of government support. And I think one of the ways that we're doing that at Habitat here in Sacramento is by creating or approaching new creative ways to build and how to build and who to build with. You know, our upcoming project called Cornerstone that we're over the moon about with mutual housing shows that in a playing field where affordable home ownership has traditionally kind of been pitted against affordable rental, there's been this kind of play for money or ploy for visibility or importance within the addressing the overall need and structure for affordable home ownership. We're really excited about this partnership with mutual housing because it allows us to show that when we work together as nonprofit organizations who are on the ground doing this work day in and day out, that we can actually create better, more efficient, more long-term solutions at almost every level of the spectrum. We can reduce the overall cost because we can share liability and responsibility on infrastructure. We can create pathways for moving through affordable rental to affordable home ownership. We can work collaboratively with financial education and preparation for the rigors of home ownership, because that absolutely is an important factor. You know, we at Habitat, we do want to create pathways for people who have not had traditionally great credit or necessarily stable financial records over a 5-10 year period. Those are the families and the hardworking individuals we want to make sure have the opportunity to seize the wealth building opportunities that homeownership can create. And so being creative with how we build, being creative with how we partner, reframing the vision, again, like I said earlier, around what affordable homeownership is and where we build. You know, again, the previous seminar just prior to us mentioned that, you know, we need to, part of these new redistricting laws or these new zoning laws allow us to create housing where people want to live. And I would challenge that really what needs to happen too is that we need to really be focusing on reinvesting or investing period into the communities where people already live. And that's kind of the other part of what Habitat does is we do home repair and neighborhood revitalization. And that's my baby and where my heart really lies, because we listen to the communities that we partner with. We listen to the people who live in those communities. There's not a lack of community pride or neighborhood pride in those communities, anything but. The homeowners who live in those neighborhoods and communities are hardworking families, hardworking homeowners who are really working to preserve or maintain their own homes, but are feeling the squeeze of gentrification, are feeling the squeeze of being on fixed incomes and aren't able to address some of those concerns and issues that homeowners with more expendable income can address and can take care of in order to resist the potentiality of being displaced from their homes as they become seniors or if they're disabled or as they retire. So all of these layers of issues that impact, it's not just about creating new stock, putting people into new homes, it's about preserving the existing stock and making sure that there's structure at all levels to support housing and including home ownership in that conversation.
Great, thank you, Shannon. Mai, do you want to jump in? Go for it.
I did. I'm really just reflecting and thinking a lot. I think Shannon said a lot and Dr. Hernandez really laid it down. I think this is absolutely a complex issue, right? And Dr. Hernandez said it best when he said it's really about the deficiency in social determinants. We heard about the cumulative trauma impacts on income, where we live, what we have access to. Yes, we can look at income, but I have to say we have to lead with race, right? And racial equity is so key in everything we do. I think, you know, I don't have the answer, but I think one thing is that we have to lead with race and we must invest in under-resourced communities that are racially segregated. And Dr. Hernandez spoke on this earlier. I think for us to really increase opportunities for Black, Latino, Southeast Asian, and Indigenous families for home ownership, this is a must, right? Home ownership is just one tool. And it is an opportunity to move forward in generational wealth. And I will also share my story. While having my parents having the access to having a home and building equity, they were able to move out. But what happened to that neighborhood still? Right? It's also what happened around the neighborhood that matters as well, right? So home ownership is very, very important and one key component of uplifting families from poverty. But it has to be looked at holistically I think, it's about homeownership. It's about access to healthcare. It's about having a good quality job to have income for career advancement so we can uplift family from poverty. And I think as I was listening to Dr. Hernandez's presentation, for me, it's really heavy, right? Because as I'm just reflecting and taking a step back, it's really about disrupting an entire system that we have now. And it's about almost re-engineering our current system, right? And we can't do that with one person, obviously. I think it's going to be a collective movement. So the question I ask myself as an elected every morning, as I'm in meetings or looking at policy is how do we disrupt and change policies and practices and programs to close the gap of homeownership, to close the gap in education, to close the gap in healthcare, right? And how we do that is we have to lead with race and the data and invest, put money where we're supposed to in terms of uplifting families, right? And I say that in particular, really also looking through a public health lens, right? At the end of the day, it's really about all the social determinants. It's about changing the environment and having those opportunities from cradle to grave, right? Public health at the end of the day is really about changing the social conditions so our families can have the opportunity to make the choices that can help them reach their full potential. And home ownership, having the ability to do that is one way, but also having access to a good, solid job is important, right? And so I think for me, it's about just looking at the whole entire system, and we do need a whole re-engineering almost. But what can we do now in this moment? And I think for me as an elected one is really to be on the ground and to hear what community leaders and advocates like yourself are saying. And then really when we look at our dollars to lead with race. And saying we need to invest in communities that has been historically underinvested. That's absolutely key. For me, as a new elected official on the city council, that is absolutely a priority.
Great, thank you so much. I want to go to, because it's our lived experiences from racial and economic perspectives as well. But Dr. Hernandez said something that I caught. It said, homeownership is the only protection against gentrification. And gentrification is one of the words, locally, nationally, and statewide. Dr. Hernandez, have you seen a community that has actually been able to where you were talking, kind of the fusion of health and utilities and income, that they were able to just maybe mitigate, not solve the problem, but it minimally kind of hold on to their neighborhood?
To the best of my knowledge, I haven't seen that complete thing happen.
Yeah.
I've researched a lot. I've looked at best practices across the US, and everybody's got one component of one thing, but nobody really puts everything together. And I think that's the biggest problem, is that we have the approach that we take is very siloed. The health people do health, the housing people do housing, the energy people do energy. And, these, like I put up in the little diagram, all of these social determinants are connected at the hip. When one goes bad, they all go bad. If your education goes bad, well, your employment go bad. And employment is the key to health insurance, which means, you're not going to have good health insurance, which means you're going to miss work, you're going to lose your job, you're not going to have income, you're going to be stuck in a worse neighborhood. So we're not really, we plan for individuals, but we don't plan for where these resources are located. If we take an example of healthcare, we can look at the economic spinoff of hospital systems in the Sacramento region. It's about 14 billion a year. But are they serving the most needy neighborhoods? Those neighborhoods are served by what we call federally qualified health clinics, who generate about 100 million a year. So on one group, we measure in the billions, and they're located across the suburbs, and the job centers are there, and the economic spinoffs are there. But in the other group, we measure in the millions that do not have that spinoff, that are in our worst neighborhoods. So we can see when healthcare is not just about medicine. Healthcare is about economics.
Right.
Education is about economics because when we close those schools and then pass a facilities bond that's in $750 million, well, none of that's going to go to the schools that were closed in our poorest neighborhoods. So we see the wealth shift to better neighborhoods. Okay. These are things that impact those social determinants and who gets there. Okay. That impacts the ability to make income. The fact of the matter is that we can trace where these social determinants are, and we can see that they have racial outcomes. But because we can't say this, because it's income, you can't qualify. You're risky because you don't have enough money. So you can see how we can reframe the issue so that there's no racial actors and there's nobody's really causing any harm because it's the individual. And so that's why when we do assessments for healthcare, for education, for urban planning, we need to take a step back and quit looking at the individuals. We need to look at the spot. Education look like in our poorest neighborhoods. It doesn't have to be imagined. We can still own a home. Proven that model can work. So, there's some leverage here that we can use, but without the planning, but without the vision.
I mean, all of these really interesting in our region, in our hoods, and I speak to just observing and watching and experience it. I was very lucky growing up that I really understood what the point was. Okay, I don't know. It's the internet that is doing that. Just so everyone knows. So if they're not on my end, but where our tech is, it's the internet. Anyway, the point is, I observed that experience, and then and then in the position I am now in Sacramento, when he retired, he didn't have to pay additional for healthcare. So you think about it, even if you buy your home and you own your home, if you retire and you have a pension or enough money, you're going to have to spend thousands of more dollars until you hit age on healthcare, which may decide whether or not you can continue to afford a mortgage. So you have to have a mortgage that's even affordable. There's so many of these factors that we, the housers, the healthcare conversation, we look at if we're going to protect our region for affordability, what does that really mean? And it's workforce, it's all of that. It's, it is affordability. Even if you own a home, you don't want to spend all that money. I just said to everyone, we had to purchase a brand new HVAC system. And if I didn't have a full-time job or my husband, we wouldn't have a new HVAC system. I can tell you that. So, I mean, all of these things, especially when racially we have, we make less money, we've been behind the curve and all of these things. So I'm really glad that this panel, we really talked about it from a different perspective, because home ownership is not always information from a bank, making sure you have the right job. It is much bigger than that. And what we want to make that impact here, we have to start looking at that means to do what they do. Shannon, I want to ask you quick because we have a few more minutes. Do you guys have a land bank, right?
We do. I mean, we've been very fortunate to
bit?
have a variety of parcels donated to us over the last that are large array, where we've had some opportunity to do multi-unit building. But that's really part of the conversation. And that is part of the question for us is how do we strategically look at how we are building on these properties? Is it most efficient for us to be building these larger single family unit dwellings, standalone dwellings, or do we also need to be looking at building more densely? A lot of the affiliates in larger, more highly dense population areas, San Francisco, East Bay, LA, are already doing far more density building. And that's definitely something that we have to start evaluating here in the Sacramento region without a doubt, in particular in the central region. And additionally, also taking a look at making sure that as the cost of affordable homeownership continues to go up and the term affordable homeownership continues to change, are we serving the AMI ranges that are most appropriate in order to make sure that we're not leaving out that missing middle, the lower middle income that we tend to refer to, that's not at that 30 to 80% AMI that we typically serve, but that 80 to even 110, 120% AMI, that as housing rates continue to go up, and we're looking at a $400,000 plus average home rate in the greater Sacramento area. How are we making sure to address, and that may not be a habitat responsibility, that may be a bigger bite for us to chew, but how are we looking at making sure that we are creating as much opportunity as possible for as many people as possible, particularly from Black, Latino, Southeast Asian, and other underserved communities and populations, and creating access for those pathways specifically for those communities.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you all. We're just approaching time, and I offer you 1 minute left each. If you want to just kind of have some final words about, what's the takeaway? Where do we go? I'll start with Councilmember Vang.
I think spaces like this is absolutely really important and critical, right? That, one elected, one organization and it's going to follow. And so because I'm not on a panel just to talk, but also to listen and learn. And so I think spaces like this is absolutely critical. And I think making sure that we get the message out there and keeping the center in focus is absolutely key for the city of Sacramento. As me being an elected, right? I am on the panel, but I am taking notes and I am listening. Just again, want to say thank you to you, Kendra, and SHA for really just actually even leading this local movement here locally in Sacramento as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Shannon? Anything else you want to add?
Just, for me, when it comes to advocacy and for us as Habitat for Humanity, is just making sure that affordable home ownership stays part of the conversation. We absolutely believe in and agree that addressing our housing challenges as a community, as a state, as a nation, requires us to understand and talk about the spectrum of housing that we need at all different levels, and really just encouraging all of the amazing professionals who work day in and day out, who I know are part of watching this panel right now, to just really encourage all of us to think about the work that each of us are doing at each level, and to really realize that there's so much more strength when we collaborate about our solutions to this problem than when we isolate ourselves into just homeless transitioning or transitional housing or just rehabilitative housing or just long-term rental. That really we all have to come together and work together and find ways to advocate and work with our elected officials and with our neighbors and our communities to help really create a tangible shift in the perception of what affordable housing is and means.
Great, thank you. Dr. Hernandez.
I think the big thing here is for housing advocates, neighborhood advocates, social justice advocates to understand what it takes to protect their neighborhoods. And that's one thing that's never been clear.
Mhm.
How do we look at projects, housing plans, housing element, or specific plans that come down our ways? And how do we assess whether they're the right thing for our neighborhoods? What are the metrics that we use to understand what's good and what's not? Do we just do community engagement and throw a big net out there and bring everybody in? Or do we give them a set of tools to really understand that process of development and the impact that it can have? Does a new project really increase the reliability of those social determinants in your neighborhood? Can you still depend on them? What's wrong with them? How can you afford them? Will it cause others harm? Does it restore anything? What is it? Does it fix? Are we really trying to fix a problem that the neighborhood needs? Does it do regeneration? Does it continue that circular economic activity? Does it provide resilience? Does it allow us to recover from disasters? And how do we do? And so how does a neighborhood turn that into metrics to look at things and say, hey, here's how we can have a toolkit to really understand how to look at proposals, like things like Aggie Square, things like, solutions for COVID-19. All of these things require this deep dive into planning. And so now it's, I want to encourage that everybody who's involved in this type of work to take a step back and start doing that visionary planning so that we can understand these things and so that we're more effective when it comes time to assist municipalities, local governments in helping them do their job, because they need the help and they're asking for the help.
Right.
So we need to put ourselves in a position to give that help.
Right. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. This definitely makes us all take some steps back, but and start to look in a different way. Thank you for your time today, and we appreciate it. Dr. Hernandez, many have asked for your information, so we'll put your email in the chat, and then any other, and as well as you can get the presentation. And I know you always share some really good links, so we'll do that after the summit is over. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your afternoon. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. Thank you. And then we'll be right back. We're just about 3 minutes over. So take some time to go get some lunch or something to drink if it's your happy hour or whatever you want to do right now. Welcome back, everyone. That was an interesting beep there. It was like the morning, getting up in the morning. Thank you all for sticking with us today. We are now really where the rubber meets the road for the work that SHA does. It's legislation, it's policy, and we have one of the dream teams in California in our region here joining us today to really talk about what this year looked like and what next year is going to look like. It's our hot topics and policy updates from Housing Advocate. So I want to introduce our moderator, Brian Augusta, who is a friend of SHA. He's an attorney and legislative advocate with more than 20 years experience working along community-based organizations on equitable land use policy, affordable housing, and the rights of low-income renters. And he's joined us today to really kind of guide us through with the panel, who he will introduce and really talk about this year and in year 2 of a pandemic, post recall, without really getting political, but we were definitely worried about where we were going as far as housing legislation and policy went. So take it away, Brian.
Off to a great start. Started on mute. Good job, Brian. My first.
That's
Zoom.
okay.
Well, thank you for that introduction. And that 20 plus years does, I need to begin with SHA when it was first forming as its first staff person. So thank you, everyone involved, for the opportunity to launch from there to do housing advocacy. So if you're here today for one of the most captivating panels of the day, you're in the right place. We have assembled some of the brightest leaders in the affordable housing movement at the state level to talk to us about what is happening, what has happened in Sacramento, and what we're expecting will happen in the next year. We're right in between sessions. We just wrapped up a few weeks ago, and we're waiting for the governor's action on bills. He's acted on most of the housing bills I think we're anticipating action on. So we're now all gearing up for next year. So where I want to start, and hopefully we get Francisco back here in a second. Where I want to start before we dive into some questions with this panel is I'm going to ask each panelist to introduce themselves. And in addition to identifying their organization, talk just very briefly sort of what your organization's approach is on affordable housing. Where are you in this space? Why do you advocate at the state level? And we're going to do it in alphabetical order by first name, so I don't have to interject. So we're going to start with Amber Lee.
My parents were wise. You know, my first name is like the beginning of the first half, and my last name is the beginning. I'm always, all right. Well, thank you for having me. So I'm a legislative advocate with Housing California, joined in May. So I'm still learning about the ethos of Housing California. But we work in broad partnership with coalitions across the state. We have partners like Mark at the California Housing Partnership, Western Center, Housing Now. Our approach is really a big tent type of organization, but the big vision is to, have homes, health, wealth for all, and thriving, sustainable communities. So there are lots of ways to achieve that, but the core mission is to just build coalitions to do the work.
Great. Cynthia, I think you're next.
That's me. Hi, all. Cynthia Castillo. I'm a policy advocate with Western Center on Law and Poverty, and really excited to be here with all my fantastic co-panelists here. Western Center really advocates on behalf of Californians experiencing poverty through a lens of racial and economic justice. And we have 3 primary areas of expertise, which are access to healthcare, public benefits, and housing. And so within our role in statewide policy, we really kind of call it our wheel of advocacy. We have 4 important sort of tools and roles. And first, we are a support center for legal services and community-based organizations across the state. And so in that role, we provide technical assistance, as well as issues and skills training. Secondly, we engage in impact litigation, which I absolutely love that we call it impact litigation, because we are attempting to change systems, make a large impact through the courts, which really kind of works in tandem with our third piece, which is engaging in legislative and budget advocacy, which is what I do mostly here in Sacramento. And then finally, we engage in administrative advocacy at the state and sometimes at the local level to ensure public programs are being administered equitably and fairly. So that's all to say we have a grand vision as well. And our grand vision for housing is one where low-income Californians have access to healthy, sustainable, and affordable housing in neighborhoods of their choosing. And we advocate for strong, clear, and enforceable anti-displacement protections, preserve existing housing stock, promote equitable planning and development, and most importantly, and you might hear me reiterate this throughout my points, is dismantling structural racism in land use and planning. So I will be saying this a lot, but unfortunately, because of how wealth has been distributed in this country, this means we're talking about, people of color. Both the affordability and the homelessness crises of California disproportionately impacts historically discriminated against populations. So POC, undocumented people, people with disabilities, formerly incarcerated, seniors, transgender, non-binary, LGBTQ. These are the communities that have faced systemic exclusion and discrimination, and that has impacted their income to such a degree that they're struggling to maintain housing. They've experienced homelessness, or they have significant barriers into staying housed. And so our perspective here at the statewide level is to use our wheel of advocacy to support those individuals and really undo a lot of the past harm. And so that is sort of our ethos, and really happy to be here. So thank you all for having me.
Before we hear from Mark, for the folks behind the scenes, Francisco got knocked off and I think he's trying to get back in. So if you can look for him there we are. Okay. But Mark, while we're waiting for Francisco to connect, go ahead.
Wow, I bumped up in seniority. This is great.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Mark Stivers with the California Housing Partnership. We are a statewide nonprofit organization that advocates to meet the housing needs of all of California's low-income individuals and families, including those experiencing homelessness. We were actually created by the state legislature originally to do advocacy on affordable housing, but also to provide technical assistance to nonprofit developers of affordable housing. And our folks are the financial consultants to a large segment of the nonprofit development community. But anyway, glad to be here.
And thank you, Mark. Francisco.
Hi, can you hear me, Brian?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Francisco Dueñas here with Housing Now. We're a statewide housing justice advocacy coalition. We're a big tent coalition, so we have some statewide organizations, large organizations that are part of our coalition, as well as some smaller organizations that are new and maybe focusing on housing at their local level. And our coalition was brought together to really be able to provide a vehicle and a channel for community-based organizations, for organizations that are just starting to look into housing because it impacts their community, and have that channel up to statewide policy conversations and really be both a connection, a conduit, and a clearinghouse for what's happening in the Capitol to communities on the ground, as well as what's happening in communities back to the Capitol, and have those inform the conversations that we're all having in as far as statewide policy. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And as you can tell from those introductions, we have really just a great cross-section, diverse group of people and organizations to bring some perspectives to this. So let's jump in. What I want to do is ask the panelists to, every year in the state capitol, sort of like your birthday or Christmas or some other holiday where you get a gift, where you have a lot of anticipation about what is going to be under the tree, and then you open that big box and it's just a pair of socks. And so sometimes the legislative session is that way, and sometimes that big box is whatever it was you were dreaming of. So, and sometimes it's something you never even thought of. So my question to you all, looking back before the year started in the legislature, what was the one thing that you were expecting to have happen with a bill or issue that didn't happen? And what is the one thing that unexpectedly happened that you think is noteworthy? And Mark, since you're off mute, I'm gonna let you go first.
Bonus. Thanks, Ben. So yeah, we had a number of surprises this year, both pro and con. Let me start with the pro, and that was one thing that we did not expect. We went into the year not thinking there was going to be a massive historic budget surplus. In fact, I think we thought it was going to be a fairly down year budget-wise. And then we didn't expect that the governor would want to do as much in housing as he actually did. And one of the things that we had never dreamed of is a new $1.75 billion program known as the California Housing Accelerator that essentially will replace low-income housing tax credit equity for a number of developments that already have received HCD funds, but we're stuck trying to access those tax credits. So instead of having to wait in line for years to get low-income housing tax credits, we can just now give these developments extra money and move them to construction right away. That we're probably talking between 60, 70, 80, 100 developments that will benefit. Those are all those can start construction within 6 months now, as opposed to many years away. That was a huge, huge surprise, kind of unprecedented, and we'd love to actually see it again. So we will keep working on that now that we know it's possible. On the con side, we at the partnership spent a lot of time this year working on a bill called AB 989 by Assemblyman Gabriel, and it would have created an administrative venue to enforce the Housing Accountability Act. Real briefly, that act says a local government can only turn down an affordable housing development for one of 5 very narrow reasons, but going to court is a 2-year process that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and many other states have kind of created a much cheaper, faster way of doing it by having like administrative law judges or a commission to sort of hear these cases. And this bill sailed out of the assembly with 66 votes, which is very difficult on land use bills. It had a bipartisan sort of broad support. And we got to the Senate, and the Senate policy committees sort of were at war with each other and had conflicting amendments, and effectively forced amendments that were really problematic for us and a number of our partners. And so that bill is on the Senate floor, not very far away from the governor's desk, but needs more work to actually make it what we wanted it to be. And so we will keep doing that next year, but we thought that bill was on a pretty good glide path, and it turns out that needs some more time and effort.
Yeah, great. Francisco or Cynthia, you want to go next? Who's going?
Happy to go. Is that okay, Cynthia? Yeah. Okay. Well, wonderful. I think similar to Mark's sort of general theme about being surprised about where the year ended up, I think many of us at the beginning of the year were not sure that there would be funds available for rental assistance because of COVID and the pandemic, right? We had been fighting for policies to give tenants more time, but obviously what they needed is money as well to be able to provide that gap in income that the pandemic had taken away. And so the federal government stepping in and providing those funds was a huge win, a huge relief. And that was definitely not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination. So I think it's important that we recognize that. Another bill that we've been working on that I think might have been harder in previous years is AB 1487. This is a bill that at the statewide level creates an eviction prevention and defense fund. And I think more with the pandemic, with the issue of housing stability for tenants being more visible, I think there is a greater appreciation for the precariousness of tenants and renters. And in addition to just seeing more people recognizing the increased numbers of homeless of our community members who are experiencing homelessness. And so AB 1487 has gone through now the legislature. We are at the governor's desk and we are waiting for his signature. And I'll try and put in the chat the letter that folks can send to the governor to get his signature. But I think a bill like that in past years would have been harder to really, make the case that this, we need some greater infrastructure for eviction prevention and defense. And the last thing on the con side, I will say it is still difficult to get different tenant protections bills move forward. There were a couple that tried to address some structural reforms, like the Ellis Act. This is a bill that allows landlords to move in to evict tenants if they say they are moving in themselves. They're occupying the unit. We know that there's sometimes abuses of that law, and so there was an effort to reform it to just provide a 5-year window, and that bill has gotten stuck in committee. So it's still a 2-year bill, but it is very symptomatic of how difficult it is to move some tenant protection bills forward.
Thanks. I've been nodding my head because I really got to say like dittos all around. I think Mark and Francisco's comments really sort of remind me that the beginning of this year, there was so much up in the air and we didn't, I mean, wow, just with 1 year, how much has changed. So one thing that hasn't been mentioned is that, we had to contend with bill limits. So, members were limited to 12 bills each that were able to move from the first house into the second house. And so because of this COVID era rule, we saw early losses. I think a lot of us suffered some early losses that normally would be a bill that would probably survive at least into the second house in the later part of the year. And one of those for Western Center was a bill, AB, oh my gosh, I forgot to write that number, but I'll find it in a second, which is a Bloom bill, which would have required the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, to map high opportunity areas in sensitive communities and update those maps every 5 years to aid state and local decision-making around land use policies and investments. And so this was co-sponsored by Western Center, CRLAF, and public advocates, and unfortunately was held on the Assembly Appropriations file, which is actually quite a surprise. And this was particularly a bruising loss for us since the bill would really boost efforts across the state to affirmatively further fair housing by making it easier for local jurisdictions to really focus their efforts on developing multifamily mixed income and affordable housing in high opportunity areas and prioritize investment of public resources in sensitive communities. And so you'll see a whole bunch of bills that require some sort of investment in certain communities and where are we building and how are we doing this smart and equitably. And we felt that the missing tool was really these mapping tools and where are these communities across the state. And so unfortunately, that just really didn't make it across the finish line. And we were really quite bummed about it. And it is 1492 Bloom. So 1492 was a loss for us at Western Center. I will say, no, in addition to something that I was actually quite surprised was there was a bill this year to find a permanent resource to fund homelessness issues. And that actually, the surprise was that it got as far as it did. It's been very difficult for advocates across the state. And I believe this might be something that Amberly would be able to touch on as a Housing California priority. But it has been difficult to find an ongoing funding source to support unhoused individuals across the state. We tried it this year. It actually got quite farther than it's gone in the past. And so that was actually a surprise for Western Center as well.
You set me up so well. I mean, that AB 71 is the bill that Cynthia was referring to. And I'm not trying to skirt your question, Brian, but I think it was both a surprise and sort of a non-surprise as well, to Cynthia's point of the fact that it got as far as it did. The bill, which had, broad coalition support through the Bring California Home Coalition, essentially it created, it kind of called the cards on the tax loophole for top 1% earners of, making their money on offshore subsidiaries. So it was closing that tax loophole and saying, okay, we can create $2.4 billion every year from that fund because we're taxing earned income of the wealthiest, not corporations, but shareholders of corporations that make their money overseas. That to me is really ambitious. It's hyper political. It's, tax the rich. Wow, that's a big concept. But we were able to bring together over, 300 plus, I think, advocates, policymakers to say, yeah, this is something that we want to pursue. It became a 2-year bill. I'm not really sure how the coalition is going to move it forward next year, if at all. But what did happen was that in the budget this year, we got 200 billion, not 200 billion, 2 billion in ongoing homelessness funding over the next 2 years. So I think the lesson of that is that kind of messaging, that pushing really far on something that feels extreme, does have ripple effects. And the governor responded with significant funding for ongoing homelessness dollars. So that was both expected and unexpected. I feel proud of our legislative director for even thinking that it was something worth pursuing, because it was a big lift. I don't know how like uncontroversial or controversial this might sound, but SB 9, I totally expected to pass as is. That this is the by right duplex and sort of by right simple subdivision bill. And to me, it lines up perfectly with the rhetoric of, you know, missing middle housing is what we need, and this will help infill properties. And so, you know, duplexes make sense. I think a lot of us have other opinions about why that bill isn't supportable, or we didn't support it, but I kind of expected that one to go through, and it did.
Well, that's helpful, and we're going to come back to that topic. But in the interest of time, I'm going to exercise my prerogative as a moderator and collapse a couple of questions I was going to ask into one, because, you know, the session ended on September 10th, but a lot of the big action on really big stuff happened roughly in June when we passed the budget. One of those was this unprecedented budget, which by one estimate is $22 billion in funding in housing and homelessness. At the same time, we also extended and made some additional changes to the eviction protections that have been kind of holding off a wave of evictions since March of last year. So I want to ask the panelists to reflect on one or both of those somewhat significant, probably two of the biggest things that happened this year. Talk a little bit about the budget, if that's your interest. What is the impact going to be of those dollars? We also need to talk about this eviction cliff that is coming September 30th. What has been good and what are we concerned about will change on September 30th. So Amberly, since you got, when she went last, I'm going to ask you to go first on this one. We'll take it from there.
Yeah, the eviction piece, I'm a little bit conflicted. I think, you know, even though the moratorium is ending, the fact that all the protections aren't necessarily ending, that people are still entitled to funds, and, you know, there is a process that is in place for people to stay housed. I'm personally concerned that the floodgates are going to open. The pressure on legal aid societies and others, and even just HCD to, you know, not HCD, but to have the funds dispersed. I'm nervous that we're really not going to be able to prevent homelessness. Like people, I've heard from our tenant organizing wing that people are just self-evicting, or people don't even know that they still qualify for housing assistance. People hear, okay, the moratorium's ending, and they think, okay, there's no recourse for me. So I'm nervous about that. I think that's a space that advocates like us can continue to educate about what low-income households are entitled to. The other part of your question was about sort of the historic budget and, you know, what this means going forward, right? Am I getting that right?
Right.
It's good and it's bad. We've gotten all this money, and now it's going to be hard for us to say again, please, can we have more money? The problem isn't solved. And I think as advocates, we're going to be challenged to say, you know, realistically, we're not going to see the impacts of these investments for 5-10 years. And so when we have to approach legislators to say, please fund this, or please expand, for example, the foreclosure intervention and housing preservation program, that was given $500 million this year.
our organization was also working to do the community acquisition and preservation program. So that program has a broader scope of unit types that would be eligible for preservation dollars. It's going to be very challenging for advocates to make the pitch that, well, you guys just provided $500 million for a similar program. Please expand the program. Please add more money. But I think we have some leverage because the scale of the problem is so big. And so we can't shy away from the fact that, you know, there are acute needs. We can continue to focus on not only funding new programs, providing technical assistance for existing programs, providing planning grants to localities. I think that's our opportunity, but I'll stop there.
That's great. And let's see, Mark, you played a big hand in one of the big pieces of the budget. Do you want to reflect a little bit on that? You mentioned it earlier. But
yeah, I just mentioned it briefly. But you know, this is kind of a historic thing where in the past, state affordable housing developments have all relied on low-income housing tax credits. It's been the backbone of every development we've done probably over the last couple decades. And you know, but we got to a point where we ran out, and essentially projects were queued up, and we were oversubscribed 3 and 4 to 1 in one of the main programs that administers those or allocates those credits. And you know, that was sort of an untenable position. We've got hundreds of shovel-ready developments that just need that last piece of financing. And so, you know, we never really thought this was possible, but the state really stepped up and decided to fill that hole. And that is sort of unprecedented in the California. I think it's pretty unprecedented nationally. And, you know, this is kind of a great way to really expand the production of what we do every year. We've had these limits before in place. Now that we're not so much subject to those limits. And, you know, a lot of those developments that HCD funds have really deep targeting. And a lot of them are directly serving people experiencing homelessness. And so in terms of this, the impact of this program on the most needy, it's actually probably the subset of affordable housing that will do best in serving that population.
That's great. Cynthia, what are your reflections on either of
those? So I think, you know, on the first piece, totally in agreement with Amber Lee. You know, this budget has really been sort of like, you know, the state sort of putting their money where their mouth is, right? We've been discussing and Californians across the state have been telling the legislature that housing and affordability is the biggest issue on their minds. And then now it's here it is, here's our large investment. And so from Western Center's perspective, we want to make sure that now that we have this opportunity, that we funnel that funds to community partners who have the right kind of experience, and ensure that we stretch those funds as much as we can, and really make sure that, of course, that, you know, as it being a race and equity issue, that when we're talking about in-house and, you know, supporting increasing affordability, that we're really thinking about undoing past historical harms. And so that is sort of where Western Center is on this historic investment. Really hoping we get those folks that money in the right hands. And then I'll touch on the eviction moratorium extension. We've been utterly consumed by the impact of COVID-19 and the economic fallout for low-income renters. And this has been for like 2 years. Talk to any housing advocate, they're exhausted, okay? And at the beginning of the year, we couldn't even believe it, but we've extended the eviction moratorium twice in 1 year. And then in the end of July, there sort of was a discussion about, you know, okay, we've extended it to September 30th, but after September 30th, we're going to tie a lot of the protections to the application or the ERAP program. So folks across the state, you know, have until September 30th, have a lot of protections, but then after that, you know, we've created sort of, at least from the legislature's point of view, a fail safe, and they are further protected as long as they have applied, you know, to the program. And so we're telling everyone, there is no limit for the application, apply. The money is out there, but there's just so many tricky barriers for tenants that make this whole process sort of a nightmare for housing advocates. And I think Francisco is gonna have a lot of great comments. I'm gonna let him speak to this, but I think from our perspective at Western Center, you know, we're encouraging people to continue to apply, and it's an all hands on deck situation. We're supporting legal aid partners across the state to prepare for this and to really help as many folks as possible in the coming months. There's a lot of confusion out there. So I'll pass it to Francisco from here.
Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. I think going back and sort of connecting the dots between all our comments as panelists, I think that the question around implementation of these funds is, I think, a thread through all of these things. As Cynthia says, now that the state has allocated this funds or has committed, in this case, the federal government, at least with the ERAP money, the question is, how quickly can we get them out into the communities and obviously address the obstacles that are challenging for tenants and or landlords to complete their application. I don't know if folks have seen, but the state has only recently started sort of their massive public education campaign around the ERAP money. I'm during the pandemic, I'm with my parents all day, and so we just watch Spanish language television. And I was seeing so many commercials for Covered California and for the vaccine, and nothing on ERAP. And it was so frustrating, frankly, especially when I feel like the legislature had kicked the can down the road of the various eviction moratorium extensions. We were all, every time they would do that, another 3 months, another 6 months, we're like, okay, for sure, we'll be in a better place by then. And unfortunately, we are not, a couple of days before the stronger eviction protections end that are in AB 832. According to Policy Link, there's still about 61% of eligible renters behind on their rent who have not applied at all. I don't know if that means they haven't heard of the program, if they are, tried to apply and got stuck somewhere. But there's still a massive amount of tenants who have yet to avail themselves of these resources. And that also includes landlords, right? Because it's either the landlord or the tenant can both apply, thankfully. There have been streamlines in the application that have improved it. There have been improvements in, removal of conditions in the way the monies are given out. There used to be a condition that your landlord had to also participate. Thankfully, that has gone away. But I think our biggest challenge right now is to let folks know about these resources, help them through the process, and help them to make sure that they don't move in the meantime, right? That they are in conversation with their landlords saying, hey, I have applied, and let them know where they're at in the process. I think it's a communication and a logistics issues that we're facing right now, and they're deep and dire.
Thank you for that. And so I want to switch gears slightly, but first say that at my urging, we're getting questions in the chat. So if the panelists could take a look at the chat and answer any that pop up there as we're in between panelists. I want to switch gears. One of the biggest post-legislative sort of news items on housing was the passage of SB 9 and SB 10, and that got a lot of attention. But the organizations on this panel had differing takes on that, and not everyone shared the perspective that those were the right housing policies or the policies that were going to be transformative, particularly for low and very low income communities and communities of color. So I want to start with Cynthia and Francisco, whose organization have done a lot of work in the equitable development space. Maybe Cynthia could go first, share a little bit your perspective from Western Center on those two bills. And then I want to switch to our folks who are representing housing developers who could talk to us about where that fits in sort of the affordable housing development space. Cynthia?
Sure. So SB 9 and SB 10 were part of the larger Senate housing bill package to really address the housing crisis. And, speaking from Western Center's perspective, we felt that this legislative package was more focused on market rate and above market rate development and wasn't necessarily focused on the needs of our clients. For example, one that you were not mentioning, but SB 6 Caballero was a bill about converting big box stores that emptied big lots and converting it into housing. And that bill, we had the zero affordability requirements within it through the entire year. And so you'll see that a lot of these sort of like the big bills that a lot of us were focusing on weren't necessarily focused on those with the highest need across the state from our perspective. And so SB 9, which would have allowed homeowners to create a duplex or subdivide an existing lot in their residential home, We remained neutral on this bill for a couple of reasons throughout the year. And mainly we felt that this legislation was focused on, like I said, moderate income or above moderate income individuals. It takes quite a bit of equity to make this type of investment on your home. So the focus didn't quite meet the needs as focusing on low income individuals. And so that was part of one of the reasons we felt that we were going to remain neutral. But we also, throughout the year had concerns about what this would mean in terms of speculation. So whether these homes and ADUs would be snatched up by investors to upsell them at a larger price, and what that would mean in particularly concerning like low income neighborhoods that are vulnerable to displacement. So throughout the year, that was a big concern with equity groups about what this means. And, luckily, to the pro tem's, to her point and sort of, I'm really quite glad that she considered this, is that, while those fears still remain to some extent, she took quite a couple amendments to avoid that kind of process. And so there were amendments at the end of the year to provide more protections against speculation and, this exact question. And so, we were thankful that those were put in place to avoid that on a larger scale. And, at the end of the day, Western Center sees that this bill, SB 9, will likely lead to some modest increases in production. We don't believe that this is the silver bullet or the bill that will create as much housing as we believe sometimes it is purported to create. And so it is a tool perhaps for, someone that is able and has the equity, but, we don't see this as sort of the far-reaching policy that will attend to the needs of the lowest income individuals in California. Now, shifting gears to SB 10. On the other hand, Western Center tries to take a do no harm sort of approach. SB, we felt like it wasn't going to do any real harm to, minimal harm. SB 10, on the other hand, we had significant issues with, and we were opposed unless amended throughout the entire year. So the bill, would allow parcels to be upzoned up to 10 with 10 units with near transit-rich areas, which we know tend to be, rich communities of people of color. Low-income communities tend to be near transit. So in an effort to provide a tool to those local governments to rapidly increase housing capacity, we believed that it might create or would create an upzoning process that could negatively impact low-income communities and communities of color and stifle their input in the housing, choices in their locality. And so, SB 10 allows upzoning with minimal public input and can start CEQA review. And so these were big concerns from the environmental community, but we as equity groups also support that and actually agree with those concerns. We would hate to start producing housing, on a toxic site. And so if there's an opportunity for housing to skirt these sort of what we think are really great protections for low-income, families, that was a big concern for us. Another big concern of ours, and the main concern really, is how this would work with AFFH, or affirmatively furthering fair housing. I've been saying this throughout my comments, but I realized, just for a bit of context, that really requires localities to look at their housing production and say, is this continuing racial segregation, really undoing past harm? So affirmatively furthering fair housing, ensuring that we're leading to more robust integrated communities. And so a big part of that is through the housing element process. All the sites that are identified through your housing element go through an AFFH process. And also local input. Because this SB 10 process is sort of outside of the housing element process, outside of CEQA review, we really are concerned that it's going to not really address those issues and perhaps exacerbate them. Without meaningful consideration of how SB 10 upzones, either support a housing element's goals to affirmatively further fair housing, it creates the potential that SB 10 rezones will be implemented in a way that undermines the AFFH framework. And that was sort of like the big alarm bells for us. And if you'll know, the governor actually signed SB 10, but also in the signature of SB 10, actually alluded to some of these fair housing issues. So we've gotten the acknowledgement, at least from the governor's office, that they, along with some of the equity groups, have seen some fair housing issues with how SB 10 kind of avoids some processes. And so we look forward to working with the administration and looking at SB 10 further as it's implemented. And hope that in the future, when we see other housing bill packages, that we really consider that on the front end and not on the back end after the bill has been signed. So that is sort of our perspective on SB 9 and SB 10.
And thank you, Cynthia. For our coalition, we did not end up taking a position on either of these bills. One was what Cynthia mentioned, was that, we didn't think the bills themselves were sort of responses or solutions to the needs of low and moderate income communities of color with respect to their housing. So it was less of a priority. But then I think a second dynamic is that as a coalition, our coalition partners are in different places, and the housing, in the housing stock, the housing market, the housing, dynamics are different in different parts of the state. And so I will share in the chat an effort that many of our coalition partners participated in and are really excited about, which is sort of being proactive about what equitable development should look like. Obviously, Cynthia mentioned, that would be great to actually have a bill package, because that's sort of the outcome. What I just put in the chat is a couple of steps before that, which is sort of what are those principles that we all should be behind in terms of moving as a coalition, as a state. And so one of the things we were trying to do with these equitable production principles is use them to then, as a measuring stick, to vet SB 9 and SB 10 and see if we could come up with consensus among our coalition partners. And there were some, as we were going through that process, differences, regional differences that would come up. And, together we would perhaps, come up with compromises or ways to address some of the issues, including the issues around displacement or speculation. But ultimately, at the end, we just sort of ran out of time of doing this process. And I will say the last thing, many community groups, some have been more engaged around some of these planning issues at the local level, but you have some groups that are new to housing that this is sort of their first foray into these issues. And this is where a lot of them sort of get lost because it can get so wonky. It can get so, into the weeds that I, as a coalition manager, I'm really interested in how do we educate our coalition partners to engage in these issues, support them in that learning curve, because I think that this principles document is sort of one tool that I'm excited about, that to be able to start there and bring in more organizations to engage around these really important issues, which don't have to just be stuck in the weeds and the policy wonkiness of it all.
Thank you for that. And then I want to go to Mark and Everly, and let me say we have about a little over 10 minutes left, and I want to make sure that that Mark and Everly also have a chance to talk not only about this question, but let me tee up the next question and go ahead and address both. So feel free to share your thoughts on 9 and 10, please. I want to hear those, but also use this to talk about what do you see coming up on the final year of this 2-year session? What are your priorities for next year? And where do you think lawmakers need to focus their attention in the coming year? So whichever one of you wants to go first.
Everly?
Are you deferring to me, Mark? Okay, thank you. So I appreciate Cynthia's framing of SB 9 and 10. I think you really articulated a lot of the issues that Housing California had. We were neutral on 9 and opposed as amended on 10. I think and I've said this in other spaces too, but housing as an industry, affordable housing as an industry, I think is at a bit of a crossroads. Once again, I feel like we have to remember there's like this historical ebb and flow of housing policy And it's always about which segment of our population is deserving of the asset that is housing. And I think organizations like ours, Mark and mine, I mean, we fight for low-income housing developers to say we need to prioritize low-income folks in every housing bill, that the market has never proven to supply low-income housing on its own. I think the narrative that's winning right now is that economic, concept of, filtering in the market, that if you make room, if you just build enough housing for people at the top end or middle top end of the housing spectrum, that you make space for lower income people to move into that. And I think part of that is true. I don't think it's effective or productive for housing advocates to ignore the bare point that more housing is good. But I don't think our argument is I don't know, the clarion call isn't there. To Francisco's point about people who are new to this, who cannot avoid the fact that housing accessibility, housing affordability, homelessness is like shoved in their face as an issue. And they say, I want to do something. And there are folks that say, well, let's make it easier to just produce housing. It's unfortunate that YIMBYs and NIMBYs have co-opted the language that we used to use about, equitable housing, about, preservation of communities, and our message has just been co-opted. And I think we need to do a better job. And it may be in a media strategy, it may just be more targeted conversations that are, less collaborative about the fact that, hey, these guys aren't actually interested in low income, in helping Californians most in need. I think we're at a crossroads of branding that message. And I think that's part of the work that is a priority for Housing California. I mean, I don't think I spent enough time kind of speaking to all the things that we do, but one of the big things we do is to try to work in partnership to shape the narrative about the need for affordable housing production, et cetera. And so I think that's going to be a key focus for us this year, is if it's not in investing in a strategy, how do we align enough voices in the coalition to really speak to the need for targeted affordable housing. So those are my thoughts.
I don't have nothing to add on the SB 9 and 10 discussion. I think it's been well covered. I'm going to jump right into the next year opportunities. As we've talked about a couple times, the budget this year was historic. And I think what we really would like to do is continue the momentum that we have. No one believes that $22 billion solves California's affordable housing programs needs, as impressive as it is. And so how do we keep funding homeless programs? How do we keep funding affordable housing that again is constrained in terms of the resources available to make it happen? Those are, I think, going to be a lot of our priorities coming forward. And trying to get to longer term commitments. We continue to make 1-year investments, which is better than no year investments, but it's really affordable housing is multi-year in terms of working it through the pipeline. And if there's no certainty for the future, that really sort of inhibits the developers that we work from sort of making plans and moving forward. I think we continue to also see a lot of room in the land use space for improvement. Ultimately, we would like to see much more sort of by right development, where local governments go through a public process, they set the standards for what they want to see on different sites, they do that sort of up front, and then projects that come in that meet those standards can just move forward to construction without a lot of additional review. And I think we're one place in particular where we really could improve that is all these office buildings and retail sites that are probably have less economic viability going forward than they did yesterday. And right now to build housing on those requires a discretionary rezoning from the local government. That's a timely, costly, and open to a lot of political risk. And if we could, find a way to just allow housing, including with affordable housing, absolutely in our view, on those commercial sites by right, that would really make a huge difference in terms of where and how quickly we could build. So those are areas where I think we're going to focus in the coming year.
Great, thank you, Mark. We have a couple more minutes. Francisco, Cynthia, Francisco, why don't you go first? What's on Housing Now's agenda for next year?
Yeah, so as a coalition, we're in the process right now of convening and really surveying our coalition partners about what's coming up for them. You know, sort of having our priorities come from the bottom up. And, you know, I will say our coalition, now we're 2 staff people, which is great because I was one staff person for most of the past couple of years. So our work is really the consensus that we can build, the alignment that we can build amongst our 150 plus coalition partners, right? That's where the strength comes from it. And so we're really going to be, you know, engaging in this process. I know that this point that Amber made earlier about, you know, really the crossroads that we're at and really, you know, getting through the message that, you know, the market itself, or the housing market, it will not solve the needs, the housing needs of low and moderate income communities is I think a very critical one, and that many coalition partners are interested in moving forward. You know, both I've seen it both at the local level, but also at the state level, this idea of social housing and all types of, you know, the various different possibilities of housing that is off the speculative market, sort of permanently. And, you know, I was thinking about the communications question because I kind of feel like people don't fully understand, right? That, you know, they just think it's just supply and demand. That particular phrase gets repeated quite often with regards to housing. I see it in the media a lot, but, you know, I think we need to walk them through. And I was thinking, you know, like right now, for most of our housing, it really is, you know, housing to the highest bidder only, you know, for the most part. And we need to let people know that in housing, we're at what healthcare was like in the US before we had Medicare, right? Before the only option was healthcare for only the highest bidder. And so I think this question around both social housing, but also this, you know, issues around social housing are going to continue to come up because the need is there for this particular type of housing. So it's something I'm imagining is going to move forward. And just the last thing I will say, to put a plug for it, many of our coalition partners participated with a project that Housing California and the California Housing Partnership sort of stewarded, which was the Roadmap Home 2030 plan and map. And so folks should look it up online. There's a website for it, which is sort of a plan of all the various different policies that we need to get to, by 2030, a California that is housing all of our Californians.
Such great points from all the speakers. You know, I think Western Center, obviously, similar to Housing Now, we're convening this month in October, mostly to think about our legislative package for next year. Obviously, top of mind for us is going to be supporting, you know, renters that are still reeling from the pandemic, and, you know, they're still dealing with this ERAP program and whether they're able to get those funds as fast as they need. And then also just to touch on, you know, the discussion about, you know, housing production overall. I love the idea that there is no silver bullet and we need to be doing everything, all of it yesterday. So that is sort of like, it's like an all hands on deck situation. I love Amberly's point about how we need housing across the board, but I think from Western Center's perspective, you know, if not now, when? The biggest frustration I hear from people, I think Californians across the state, is that they're seeing firsthand when they walk outside the door how hard and how much difficult and like the housing situation is becoming. They are seeing more unhoused individuals in their communities. They are getting more angry and they're getting more loud, and they're like, what is being done to handle and deal with this? And so for us at Western Center, if it's not now, when? And so for us, seeing the legislative package on housing this year, we need to have a more diverse package coming out of the legislature. It needs to be focused on extremely low income individuals. We also need to see the market rate. But I mean, the folks with the largest need, they're the ones that need the most housing, and we're not producing it. And so that is the frustration I think many of the equity folks are having, is that if not now, when? And so we are all working together to deploy all of these tools and work together on all our respective areas and housing, because I think all of it is necessary. And really looking forward to connecting with other folks at this awesome conference who are really dealing with this in their everyday lives and putting that energy out there. It's important work. It's hard work. Francisco over here has been the only person at Housing Now for a long time. He has not been sleeping, everyone. So I'm glad that he has like another partner at Housing Now, but it's really hard work and important work. And we're just really excited to be on this panel and look forward to continuing the work with everyone here.
Well, let me say thank you to all of our panelists. We are right at the time. Is there any burning issue that any panelists didn't get to mention that they want to get out there real quick? If not, I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank our participants. I know Zoom conferences are challenging. I didn't get to see everyone laughing at my witty repartee. So, what am I going to do? But I do want to hand it back to Kendra and thank you for including all of us in your conference. And I also just a closing note, as Kathy noted, Roadmap Home, there's going to be a panel on that on Friday. So everyone should come to that as well. Kendra, thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brian. Thank you all to all the panelists for really kind of, without sounding really cliche, bringing us home on our day one of our summit. This has been an incredible, really 2 years, right, in housing. And so I think as we are all planning for 2022, it's really an extension of the work that we were starting prior to COVID and then COVID. So we'll be going into year 3 of the housing revolution that was beginning and COVID. So thank you all for all the work you do. I mean, there's not a day that goes by that we don't get an email from you all. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I mean, that means that you're the time. I know it's rough, but at the same time, you're at high alert with what's going on, and it's really bringing it down to us in our on the ground and in our regions. And so just thank you for all of that work. Policy work is hard. It is very difficult. The legislature is a difficult place to do and wrangle. And so literally where they say the sausage is being made, unfortunately that we have to be a part of that. So thank you very much. So this panel wraps up our day one, which our theme today was It Starts with Housing Justice. I want to start by thanking our day sponsor, Union Bank. I want to thank our day sponsors for the week, HCD and JP Morgan Chase. They have their name in front of their letters. Our social justice sponsor, Eden Housing, and our awards sponsor, US Bank. We have some incredible advocate sponsors, HealthNet, SMUD, and Mutual Housing, and our housing sponsors, Habitat for Humanity, Community Housing Works, Mercy Housing, and our supporters, Cal HFA, Community Vision, Enterprise Community Partners, Home Share American River, and Ron Javar, who's just, I know he's not on right now, but he never misses an opportunity to support our work. So thank you, Ron. If you're not out there today, I'll say it each day. And to everyone else, if you're still on, please go by the exhibit. I think SMUD has our exhibit booth, virtual exhibit booth. The platform that we chose is Huva or Wova, depending on how you say your WHs. They have a really great experience in the exhibit hall. So please take time this week, whether you be in the summit or before or after. I want to thank the summit committee for doing such hard work and getting us here. SHA board of directors, who just is an amazing group of people that I get to work with. And my very small team, Adro and Karif, and now Shauna, who's helping us get to you each day this week. So really thank you for our day one. Day two tomorrow is Home is the Foundation for Healthy Communities. And we have just some extraordinary panels, and our keynote speaker is Diane Yantel. And I know based on what we heard today from our various panels, we will be inspired yet again tomorrow. I hope that you all take with you what you were, the information that you got today. We will be sure to share the links and the presentations as our presenters can share them with us. Once the summit is over, we will make sure that they are all on our website and that you get them through the summit platform. And so we look forward to tomorrow. We have a different networking and welcoming morning. I think we fixed our technical issues, hopefully. We do apologize for this morning being a little bumpy, and thank you for your grace, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.